And I think many a times we always say as people globally, because I'm a global leader, I serve in the World Economic Forum Strategic Intelligence Committee. I serve in the International Chamber of Commerce. I serve in the United Nations platforms. Thank you, UNIFPA. I work with UNIFPA in the Republic of South Africa. Ntate Kennedy, to see you here. That confirms our partnership and the commitment that we have with the organization. Collaboration is the new competition. Collaboration is the new innovation. Absolutely, there's nothing that we can do on our own without that particular collaboration. So that's what brings us here today. You know, I always tell people, it's very powerful to celebrate one another. Women must stop pulling each other down. They must embrace one another. They must connect to each other. That's who we are as women. We have actually embraced each other with Mezakura. And that's why we're here today, to celebrate that greatness amongst each other. Thank you very much. Talk to you soon. Signing off. By the way, I come from a Pan-Africanist family. That is always my sign-off. Daddy is the former president of the Republic of South Africa, former President Mbeki. And my mother is Mamuzanele Mbeki. And I stand on her shoulders today to see further in the work that I do globally, in the work that I do in the continent. I always say to people, we gotta have to make sure that as women globally, we support one another. President Noni, it's all about sisterhood. President Noni is the founder of the Circle of Global Business Women here in Lesotho that was launched by the Right Honorable Prime Minister in 2023 in February. And this is who we are, and this is quite an amazing moment for us to celebrate one another. Thank you very much. Thank you. We said that we'll just give it 15 minutes for the royal family to just walk in, and then we can start the program. And that. And our president, LSABC, for the Red Cross. When I see you, I see the Red Cross family globally. As a global women organization, we work very closely with the Red Cross as well. And thank you very much for honoring this invitation in Lesotho, and hoping that we'll be actually working very closely with you as we go into all the districts. I always say to people that empowerment of women, it's not about me who speaks in the platform, but it's about how we lift the grassroots women, how we lift the rural women on the ground to see this real empowerment, and how do we connect with them. I think it's very important, and hence in Lesotho we chose the Zakura family and the ZMG Isuzu, because Mezakura, sitting there in that corner with the great-grandson, started working with communities on the ground in Mafideng. And today we're here in Thetsane dealership because of her. She never started here at Thetsane, but started in Mafideng, working with rural women on the ground. And there's power, by the way. I've worked with rural women. I'm the former DDG for Rural Development in the government of South Africa. And I've worked with His Majesty King Goodwill Zwelithini as his trustee. I was the only woman advising His Majesty. And it was tough, by the way, those days. May his soul rest in peace. And I learned a lot, because what gave me power and authority and dominion is to understand what grassroots, what people want on the ground. You don't give soccer kit to the people that don't need a soccer kit. Know your community. Know your community needs. What does your community want? Deliver as it is. That's what we call service delivery. Thank you. Thank you very much. We also have some surprise guests virtually. Mom and Dad, former President Thabo Mbeki, and Mam Zanele, they're actually online as well with us in these proceedings. We're really humbled and honored for such a great honor from gentle giants in Africa, globally, and in the continent. If I can speak to Mom, I get so speechless because Mom is a live wire of what we call women's movement globally. Mom founded the International Women South Africa when she was the First Lady, now the former First Lady of the Republic of South Africa. Mom founded something called the South African Women in Dialogue. That's where I actually got the live wire of connecting with women. And I got it at home. They always say that charity begins at home. I never met women in the streets. I met women in my own household where I was sent pillar to post. I was actually, there was something called volunteering. I used to volunteer and not paid, and I used to be angry about that, eh? The whole conference, you run it, and it has helped me today because I am what I am today because of that. And now I know what to do in any women's movement, in any organization, because I started doing it at home. And recently in January, she hosted 200 women in 55 countries under the African Women in Dialogue. And also to acknowledge before the protocol, our mother, who is my mother as well, Her Royal Highness, the Queen of the Kingdom of Lesotho, who is actually the patron of the Lesotho Women in Dialogue. They call it LEWID, and which is a partner to the development. There's my mother walking in. I love it. I love it. Another gentle giant that is here. Now, I didn't want to say a lot about myself. You'll end up discovering exactly who I am. And I hardly don't speak about myself in public platforms because of the work that I used to do in my previous life. But when it comes to certain instances, like talking about women, she's my mother. And Mekoni, my sweetheart, thank you very much for honoring this occasion. And thank you very much for flying the South African flag so high in the Kingdom of Lesotho. I know the Right Honorable Prime Minister calls you Me wa Mosotho. Kaniti you are Me wa Mosotho wena. Because anything that speaks about Lesotho, to me, I run. And I make it sure I don't make a mistake. And I make it sure it's done properly. in terms of protocol, in terms of security, in terms of respecting everybody in the system. Thank you so much for being my mother in the kingdom of Lesotho. That is Akura. That's another gentle giant. Mafitengwa. But I know that Akura is a global leader from different platforms. He's a gentle giant. And when mom says, I've brought these kids very well, it's because of you, Ndade Zakura. You have demonstrated that in front of us today, that really mom invested in you. You know, there's something that called wealth creation, legacies of generations to come. This is exactly what this facility is all about. Family businesses are about legacies. They're not about riches. Legacies. So that your great-grandchildren, Ndade Zakura, must come into this facility and still work in this facility and still continue with what you have done. So women leadership is about being a backbone of these facilities, of what you see here. There is nothing that can happen to Ndade Zakura without Me Zakura, without Mama in your life. Those are your pillars. Am I right? Yeah, I saw with mommy supporting daddy. Mommy has this soft power, ne? When you look at her, you feel like running away. That they possess that soft power. And, you know, there are times where mom, when I'm in the platform and she's sitting there and I'm speaking, you know, the eyes will be wide as this. Ticking like a time bomb. Because she's a mother. Because she cares. You know, when I travel globally, mom becomes my traveling partner. When I speak in a platform, at times I don't know that she's listening. Today I was very intentional, Mama, that I sent her the link. She's online, Mam Zanel. And what she does, immediately after speaking, I get a message, well done, my dear. And these are the mothers that groom us. These are the mothers that makes us to be who we are. And make it a point that we continue the journey with dignity and integrity. And protecting the girls that come after us. Today I have a surprise for you. Lihle Zilwa, the global president of Future Leaders. She's an amazing young woman. She's an amazing girl child who decided to write a book with her own quotes, but championing the teenage girls, Ndate Kennedy. I know UNIVPA in South Africa, we are going to be looking at teenage pregnancy. And prevention is better than cure. I come from the science world as well. In my other life, I'm a scientist. I always say to people that the scientific models in any member state, they work because they focus on social and economic development. We can't always lead, drive the economic strategy and leave social development behind. Because people go back in a society and they must be integrated in that society. And that's where poverty lies. So our strategies must speak to social development and economic development. And I see you working very closely and very well with Ndate Lisawana. Really, and thank you very much for championing and flying the Lesotho flag very high in international markets. Hakimo, the African Union, this year I was attending the African Union Heads of State and Government as one of the speakers and in a lot of side events. And every time Lesotho in that platform came very strongly. Every time when I attend the platform, Lesotho was mentioned by speakers. It really shows that there's something that is happening in Lesotho in terms of trade in Ndate Shedile. I was also invited by the United Nations and Tate Kennedy. We hosted something called the Africa Business Forum at UNECA, and Tate Ekleva Katete from Rwanda, the executive secretary. I was humbled and honored to be part of that platform that says, yes, we have the heads of state and government. Where is business? What is business doing in the African continent to support their initiatives? So I was part of that core team as an expert to actually drive that agenda in the continent to make sure that business work with government. We need to have a business-led economy in any member state. Tadashedila, I know you are driving that. Even now, you are busy now telling me about a woman that is actually manufacturing some leather seats. And you want to see that woman getting into this space, doing leather seats for Isuzu. Can we clap for Ndadeshedile? I was so inspired in that day. You really speak truth to power. When you talk about women empowerment, you don't just talk about it, but you act. The fact that you can look at a leather seat, a car parked there, I've got this woman, and I think this woman can actually, do leather seats for Isuzu and actually make sure they are written Isuzu. And I thank you for that, Ndade, because it's not about you, it's about the women that you're supporting in the Ministry of Trade. Vice President, you launched the Lesotho South Africa Business Council with Mama, representing His Excellency President Ramaphosa, with the Right Honorable Prime Minister Ndate Samuel Ntsukwana Matekane, which was on the 2nd of December last year. I was part of that process, and I'm humbled to announce today I'm the ambassador for the Lesotho South Africa Business Council. Ndate Zakura was there, and he was the driving champion. Let me say, he was the mastermind of that gathering through the private sector foundation Lesotho. And because the reason why we're here today, again, is because of you. We started on the 2nd of December. Mama, we are continuing. Today is the second leg of the Lesotho South Africa Business Council. You remember what you said. You said you don't see women in that platform. Today, we are launching the Lesotho South Africa Business Council Women Chapter, Mama, under your leadership in this facility. The principal dealer, Ndade, I have the authority to call you on stage. You know why? I'm proud to say this is my brother. We have worked together in different platforms in the Republic of South Africa. In fact, when I walked into this facility, when Tate Zakura introduced me to him, I looked at him, I felt like I wanted to run away. Thank you so much. We're here because of you and Tate Zakura and the Zakura family. Thank you so much. Yes. This is what we call positive masculinity. Hariboga gender-based violence. Men are like this. Men, whoa, not with me. In my entire life, I've been headhunted by men, by the way. Where you see me, I'm the only woman. So you can't tell me men this, men that. Gender-based violence, not all men are abusers. We've got the best men in our families. There is Ndate Zakura. He's an example. I'm standing here because of him. There's the principal dealer. I'm standing here because of the principal dealer. We are the circle of global businesswomen in the kingdom of Lesotho because Ndade PM is the champion of women globally, right to the World Economic Forum. That's who we are, with confidence. We do have men that understand their role on how they support women globally. So, Vice President, thank you very much. And when you call me, I run, hey? When you call Sister Cindy, you should know it hurts on you because there's something that I didn't do right. When you're happy, Global President. And when I've let you down, Sister Cindy. So I must actually man it up. That's what I always do. And I think, Eric, I need a sign-off so that we can officially open the program. All right. I think I've been given a go-ahead to start this powerful initiative, to start this program. As I've said earlier on, I'm Dr. Cindy Somzamo, the global president of an organization called the Circle of Global Businesswomen, an institution that is now in 150 countries globally. And we always say that the Circle of Global Businesswomen is a global network of women who are intelligent and innovative in their endeavors to create a leadership shift globally. Now, what do we mean by that? When you are intelligent, when you are innovative, when you are authentic in your leadership qualities, you'll be able to create that leadership shift globally because you're authentic. And also, as women, we have to be intentional. Why are you starting an initiative? How long is this initiative going to work to make sure that women are empowered on the grassroots? That's important because we lift as we climb. For me to go up, President Noni, I must pull President Noni with my hand. So I cannot go up on my own. That's the mantra of the Circle of Global Businesswomen. We lift each other up. In the circle, we don't compete with one another because we know the skills that we have. My skill is different from President Noni. My skill is different from Advocate Pompo, our global board member sitting right there. So what we do is, with our skills, we embrace one another. We connect with one another. And we lift each other up. I'm nothing without the global board. My global vice president is actually traveling at the moment from Australia, connecting to the African Union for a meeting at the African Union. You'll hear her now when she speaks virtually with welcoming this platform. So we support one another. And this is about sisterhood. So once we actually come together and support one another, it's very important for us as women to do that. Mezakura, thank you very much for anchoring us and supporting us as the global president and also as the global board to celebrate you and women in automotives. One of the, sectors that are actually very scarce to see a woman thriving. But here you are, sitting so gracefully with that power of woman. No masculinity in you, but that nurturing motherhood. That's what we want to see. You don't have to be masculine. You don't have to fight with men in any structure for you to lead, by the way. Lead with influence, with dignity. Embrace men. Take them along. make them understand that they're important too. You know, Mama, there's a pushback now globally because men felt that we are not acknowledging them. And one of our global president for Circle of Global Businessmen will come online now. We have a men chapter, President Noni. We have a men chapter, President Harry. That makes us to balance the scale. So that Haribuakai Women Empowerment, what is the role of men, Dadeshedile? You are here, you are supporting us. You have created that enabling environment, Dadekenedi. How do we make sure that it's a program in our programs globally? And I think I've done the opening and welcome and just highlighting the power of this initiative. And we'll ask somebody that can open us with a prayer, please. Somebody that can open us with a prayer. Thank you, Mom. Come through. Amen, 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 Jesus, amen, amen, amen. Amen. Amen.
Father, we thank you. We gathered here today, mighty Lord God. We invite you into this program, mighty Heavenly Father. We spread the blood of Jesus over this place. We bless each and every woman gathered here today and the men that are here today, mighty Heavenly Father, to support us, oh God. Let you speak, mighty Lord God, not us, almighty Lord God. We thank you for the protection, and we thank you for your love. We still put you on the throne, O Lord, to be our highest Father that is above everything in all that you will do today. In mighty name of Jesus, amen.
Yeah. Whew. Thank you very much for this powerful opening of the prayer. In terms of protocol, I would like to acknowledge His Majesty King Lesotho III, Her Majesty the Queen, the Crown Prince Ndadeli Rotori Mahato Seiso, the Royal Highness Prince Ndate Seiso Bereng Seiso, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Ndate Ntsukwane Matekane, the Honorable DPM Mewaruna Memajara, the first women Chief Justice in the country, the ministers of the government in the Kingdom of Lesotho, in particular, our gentle giant, Ndade Shedile, Reule Wandad, because you're here today. Mewaruna, the High Commissioner of Republic of South Africa in the Kingdom of Lesotho, we're here today because of you. Ndate Kennedy, in my other life, I worked with your UNDP administrator, Ndade Alexander de Croo, who is now at the United Nations. Then he was, okay. Can we welcome the royal family as they come? Can we rise? Thank you so much. We can sit down. Welcome, Your Royal Highness. It is indeed an honor to see you smiling as you're walking down the red carpet. Your father said that I must greet you, former President Thabo Mbeki in the Republic of South Africa. And he's online. Thank you very much for honoring this august occasion. And indeed, it is an honor for us to have you in this platform. And also as the Chancellor. That's powerful for me. I was so excited. I was, bragging about you in the whole of Republic of South Africa. And the future is bright in the Kingdom of Lesotho because education is power. Education is the platform that will release the children of Lesotho from poverty. You give them education, they become empowered, and you're leading by example. Can we give the Royal Highness a round of clap? And I've already acknowledged you as you're walking in. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. Distinguished guests, our Minister of Women is driving in. Come through, Dad. That's my brother. So excited to see you. And Dad Elsawan. They always say that dynamite comes in small packages. It's one of those dynamites. Lerato is laughing. That's one dynamite of my brother. He doesn't mind sending me a WhatsApp at 2 a.m. and telling me where to get off. That's my brother, telling me to shape up. And of course, I will do President Noni and shape up and respond and tell him I'll do the right thing. Thank you, Dadel Sawan. Linda Deshedil, I've already spoken about you in your absence, the work that you're doing in social development. Because in terms of economic development of any member state, we've got to have to tie the economic analysis and social analysis so that we can have one strategy. Because when we go back, we go to the society. And that's where people live. People live in society, and social development comes very important. And now, I'm going to call our dearest sister, Ndade Zakura. Where is our dearest sister? Is she here? Come, sis, come. This is an event of honoring you as the Zakura family today. Sisters, mothers, daughters-in-law, daughters, nieces, nephews will actually bear with us and sons today. Come through. Sorry. And just talk to us.
Hi.
Who you are, the Zakura family. How have you supported your brothers?
I think I'm the greatest support.
Yes, you'll be
I'm
talking.
the only sister, so I'm the greatest
Exactly. That's what we want the nation globally to understand, the power of sisters in families.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm a little on the age side, so I can't memorize this. You're going to excuse me for looking down upon you. His Majesty, King Letsie III, Her Majesty, Queen Masenate, Your Royal Highness, Prince Lerotodi Mohato Seiso, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Samuel Matekane, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister Ntomeng Majara, members of the diplomatic missions, Her Excellency, the High Commissioner of South Africa, His Excellency, the High Commissioner of Japan, distinguished guests, the Mbeki family, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I greet you all with the universal greeting of Islam, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. Khotso ebeli lona bohle. Good morning. It is with great honor and humility that I stand before you today to welcome everyone present to the launch of a movement of remarkable significance, the Circle of Global Businesswomen. This initiative celebrates and empowers women in the automotive sector who are making an outstanding contribution to the growth of global economies. It recognizes the strength, resilience, and innovation that women bring to an industry traditionally dominated by men. My name is Zaida Ali Zakura Khan, and I myself am in the automotive industry, running an Astron filling station in South Africa. It is my privilege to welcome you to our humble venue, the home of ZMG Isuzu Lesotho. From Her Majesty to every woman present in the automotive industry and the world of business, I salute you. I proudly embrace this initiative and wish all women with the drive of success continued growth and achievement. The new saying goes that beside every successful man stands a powerful woman. I'd like to also thank Ntati Prime Minister. We commend his initiative and his drive behind women's empowerment. Within our government, we see strong women in leadership, and we truly appreciate the importance you place on the growth and advancement of women in the marketplace. Women in the automotive industry will undoubtedly shape the future of this sector, particularly across Africa. Today, we are surrounded by determined women committed to growth, success, and building sustainable financial stability for themselves and their communities. This being said, I would also like to recognize my mother, Halima Zakura, who is present with us today, a true giant in the business sector and a pillar in the foundation and growth of the Zakura Group. My appreciation also goes to my brother, Kasim Zakura, for the exceptional work he has done in the automotive industry and for his continued support of women who are career-driven and determined to succeed in the marketplace. Finally, we give thanks to the Almighty for granting us the opportunity to witness and be part of this important launch of women in the automotive sector. May God bless this initiative and may it continue to empower women to lead, innovate, and drive the future of business and industry. Long live the Circle of Global Women in Business. Khotso Bula Nala, I thank you.
Indeed, my dear sister, you're an anchor to your brother, to the family, and we really appreciate you and honor you. And thank you, Ndade Zakura, for this powerful sister that you have, who is now a member for the Circle of Global Businesswomen in Lesotho, and Mezakura. And Mama Alina, when you're an honorary member, we are taking with you globally to showcase what we mean when we're talking about legacies for generations globally. And we want one day to tell a story. That is, Zakura, I want Mama to write a book, please. I'll be the champion of that book. We're going to have to tell our stories better for our children and great children to understand what is this family tree, where it comes from. Thank you very much, Ndade. Really. Can we give our sister a round of applause? Now, I'm going to call our dearest sister, the founder of the Circle of Global Businesswomen in the Kingdom of Lesotho, who is now our global board member, who is also an advocate by profession, who is also in the executive systems of Nedbank. I have a history with Nedbank. Nedbank funded our Nedbank funded our launch that the Right Honorable Prime Minister launched in 2023. I had an opportunity to work with the group chairman of Nedbank in South Africa when I was the W20 co-chair, which is the women engagement group for G20. It's a power as women in the G20 platforms. Guess who anchored me? Nedbank. Guess who anchored me? The group chairman. He invited me in all the B20 meetings. He invited me in all the Nedbank chairman's dialogue. I was also a speaker at the Women Nedbank Chairman's Dialogue because of Ndate Daniel Menyele as the chairman of the Nedbank Group. Come, Noni.
Program Director, Dr. Cindy Swamzamo, allow me to start by passing my respects to His Majesty the King Letsie III, the Right Honorable, the Prime Minister, Honorable Sam Matekane, the Honorable President of the Senate, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, President of the Court of Appeal, His Lordship the Chief Justice, Honorable Deputy Ministers, His Majesty's Cabinet, Honorable Judges of the High Court, Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Corps, and the international organization, senior government officials, heads of UN agencies, and the deputy heads of missions, head of parastatals, private sector, civil society, and the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, let me say all protocol observed. It is my honor and privilege on behalf of CGBW Lesotho and the CGBW Global Board to welcome you all to this momentous occasion, the International Women's Day 2026, that is hosted here in the beautiful ZMG Isuzu Maseru, Lesotho. Today we join millions across the world under the powerful theme, Accelerate Action. This theme calls us not only to have dialogue, but to go beyond conversations. We need to go beyond intentions and beyond vision. We need to be deliberate and measure transformational action for women and girls. As CGBW, we believe that empowering women is not an event. It is a strategic economic imperative. It shapes stable families, competitive industries, strong communities, and thriving nations. And when we gather partners such as government, development agencies, financial institutions, automotive leaders, and international collaborators under one roof, we are reminded that accelerated progress for women requires an united cross-sector voice. Lesotho stands at a critical moment in its development trajectory. Our women entrepreneurs, professionals, and community leaders are rising boldly.
but they still face barriers limiting their participation in trade, technology, financial inclusion, and leadership spaces. Today, we commit to dismantling those barriers with intention and urgency. I therefore wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, our royal guests, development partners, and industry leaders who have honored us with their presence today. Your participation today is not only symbolic, it's a demonstration of your commitment to a future where women empowerment is not aspiration, but a lived reality. To our hosts, ZMG, Isuzu, Lesotho, re a leboha. Opening your doors to this international celebration. Your partnership signals the role of forward-thinking industries playing and shaping inclusive economies. To every woman present today, this is your celebration. Your resilience, your leadership, your sacrifices, your brilliance are the reasons we continue to push boundaries. As CGBW, we are here to walk beside you, elevating your voice, expanding your opportunities, and accelerating your impact. With these few words, and with deep appreciation for your presence, I warmly welcome you to the CGBW International Women's Day celebration. May today ignite meaningful conversations, forge lasting partnerships, and inspire decisive action. Thank you so much. Ke a leboha.
Volume, please. Just for a minute. Thank you very much. You gotta have to celebrate ourselves as Basotho Nation. This is the power of our music that elevates us to the next level. Now, I'm going to call a very dear sister in the platform, the first secretary of Embassy of Angola in the Republic of South Africa. Through the Embassy of Angola in the Republic of South Africa, I had an opportunity to work with my mother, the First Lady of Angola, Me Ana Lorenco, and His Excellency, the President of Angola, looking at an initiative that is called Angolan Women in Literature. I was one of the respondents globally who was asked to contribute to that book. And today, we're launching the book here in the Kingdom of Lesotho. And His Excellency, President, is sending his regards to the Right Honorable Prime Minister and to His Majesty, King Letsie III. Madam, the floor is yours. Bon dia.
Thank you. Thank you everyone. Your Highness, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here today in the Kingdom of Lesotho, a nation known for this strong culture, identity and the remarkable role that humans play in the life of this community. On this special occasion, dedicated to the celebrate of human, I am delighted to share with you a literacy initiative from Angola. The Avança Mulher means in English, Go for Woman. Go for Woman project was born for a simple but powerful idea to create a space here when women can express their voice through literature inspired by poem Avança Mulher of writer Zedana. The project invites women to share their reflection, express their vision through poetry, short story, and chronicles. The anthology brings together women from different professions, background, and life experience, academics, diplomats, teachers, artists, leaders, and professionals from many areas of society. Each contribution reflects unique voice and perspective, remind us of the riches and diversities women's experience. Although the project began in Angola, it quickly grew behind another national boards. The anthology includes contribution for women from another country, creating space for dialogue and exchange between cultures. For this reason, we often describe Go for Women as a culture bridge, a bridge that connects women, stories, and ideas across Africa and beyond. In a continent as diverse and vibrant as Africa, sharing our stories help us recognize what we have in common: resilience, leadership, creativity, and determination to build better our future, our community. Present Go for Women here in Lesotho is therefore particularly meaningful. It reminds us that the voice of African women are not confined by borders. They are part of a shared narrative that belongs to our entire continent. I would like to extend a heartfelt invite to the women of Lesotho. Join this movement. Encourage the women around you, your daughters, colleagues, students, and friends to share their voice. Their experience means, and their dreams means by empower one another and create space where women can speak, write, and lead. You help ensure that more women in your society advance with confidence and purpose. In doing so, you will not only reach this initiative, but also straight the collective voice of African women. Please, I would like to invite all women in this stage to close your eyes and think about the woman you are. One word can define you and can be a title of this book. Go for Woman, Avança Mulher. Allow me to conclude with a simple truth. When African women move forward, Africa moves forward with them. Thank you so much.
The powerful book is handed to Prince, to be handed to Her Majesty in the Kingdom of Lesotho. Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause? And now we're going to call our mother. Ndadel Sawana. Obrigado, my dearest sister. Wow, what a moving session. Did you see that? That was very touching for me. The Republic of Angola government handing over a book to the Kingdom of Lesotho government, handing over the book to the Republic of South Africa government. Can you just give that round of applause? This is what we're talking about in the SADC region, when we're talking about sisterhood and brotherhood, because our heads of states, they are brothers. It can have to be demonstrated in our actions that we love one another, that we embrace one another. And thank you very much. Now I'm going to call a gentle giant. Behind closed doors, she's my baby. But today, she's a global leader for Future Global Leaders Club. A teenager that has inspired me, who started working on a book when she was 13. But today she connects to the world with what she's doing, and she's received 2 African Union awards. And her name is Lihle Zilwa. Come through, Lihle. Come, my baby. Because the United Nations speaks about women and the girls. This was not going to be complete without a girl child. And there is the girl child coming through the stage. Come, Tete.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction and the opportunity to speak Mamu Sindiswa Mzamo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dumelang, bontate le bomme, all protocol observed. My name is Basweli Zilwa, and I have a very big goal this year. I am launching the Lihle's 100K Teens Challenge. I want to motivate and inspire 100,000 teenagers across the African continent. My goal is to inspire self-belief and spark 100,000 teenagers' dreams into action. My journey in motivating and inspiring teenagers started when I was 13 years old, when I founded the Future Global Leaders Club, a not-for-profit company. It has been a success as now we have almost 500 members across South Africa. We offer online tutor sessions, we have motivational and inspirational webinars from top achievers, and the members that have been in the top 1% attribute their achievement to the motivation and the inspiration that they got from the club. Then at 14, I published Lihle's collection of motivational quotes for teens. In my head, I was just, sharing my source of motivation and inspiration to other teens, but I was very surprised of the impact that it had. It removed self-doubt. It enhanced self-belief. It provided clarity on the why, making it easy for teens to dream, work hard, and achieve their goals. As a result, at 17, when I was doing my matric year, I received 2 African Continent Awards: the 2025 Youth Empowerment Champion of the Year and the Next Gen Innovator of the Year. I felt very honored and I felt very privileged to receive these awards. But to me, they were not just, a personal achievement, but they were a responsibility and a call to serve. Which is why I am dedicating my 18th year to motivating and inspiring teens across the African continent. And I am doing this whilst I am still relatable to other teenagers. My book is available in English. It is available in Kiswahili, and it is also available in French. And I'm also very excited because this week I got a Braille translated version of my book for an inclusive access to all of us, irrespective of our abilities. I chose the African continent for 3 reasons. Firstly, I am proud to be an African. Secondly, our continent has the lowest median age of 19, which means that majority of the teenagers in the world are in Africa. Thirdly, all of us teens in the African continent are growing up in rough terrain. We have the highest NEET rate of about 40%. This means that 40% of our youth in Africa are not educated, not employed, and not trained. We also have the highest youth unemployment rate of about 35%. This can be a very depressive environment that can lead to lots of self-doubt and inability to dream. This reminds me of my own personal quote that's found on page 93 of my book that says, "Just as trees can grow tall in rough terrain, we too can be whoever we wish to be, irrespective of our backgrounds or circumstances." It is my wish that all of us as teens in Africa can pursue our dreams and become whoever we wish to be, against all odds. This can be achieved through embracing the 10 attributes that make up my guide to navigating success. As teens, we must have integrity. We must be ambitious. we need to have the courage to pursue our goals. We need to be able to work hard. We must be disciplined. We need to sacrifice. We must persevere when things get tough. We must maintain an image of success. And when we succeed, we must be resilient and bounce back against all odds. So with the launch of the 100K Teens Challenge across the African continent, it is my wish that all teens in Africa can be consistently consistent in embracing and applying these attributes. I need all the support that I can get, because if all of us succeed, Africa's future shines, and the dream of the Africa that we want by 2063 will be a reality. Thank you.
Phew. Ke etse jwang? Huh? Shoo. I don't know how to do anything now. Lihle has taken over. Thank you, baby girl. From the Republic of South Africa, can you give a round of applause? From South Africa to the world. Yeah. Well done, Hlehle. Mntanam, makube khosi kubele. Thetha umnyama kuvela ukukhanya. Siyabulela ntombi emhlophe. I can't speak after you, Hlehle. I'm not going to do a wrap up because you've just signed it off. Dada Kennedy, you heard. And the UNIPA teenage pregnancy prevention is better than cure. And I think she's got the answers with my meeting that I had with the UNIPA team in the Republic of South Africa as a global president. And thank you very much, Ndate, for rising to the occasion. When I called, when we interacted, you were in Mantsongan, and you're here, and you're honored. Thank you very much. God bless you. Now, I'm going to call Metato Phutlu, the head of private banking at Nedbank Lesotho, our supporter right through for the Circle of Global Business Women. Ihlanganiswa. Mutlo uri, uring kasekele, uring kabasadi, uring ka Nedbank through financial inclusion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to say all protocol observed. My name is Tato Photlo. I work as head of private banking at Nedbank Lesotho. It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you today as we commemorate International Women's Day, a day set aside to recognize achievements of women, reflection on progress made, renew our commitment to building more inclusive and equitable society. We are proud to mark this occasion together with our dealer partner, whose commitment to excellence, service, and people aligns closely with our own. Partnerships like this allow us to further not just delivering quality vehicles and financial solutions, but in creating spaces where everybody feels valued and respected. Today, It is not only celebration of women's resilience, leadership, contribution to our economies and communities. It is also reminder that when women thrive, families prosper, businesses grow, and nations advance. As a bank, we witness daily the transformative power of women. We see it in women entrepreneurs who start small and grow sustainable businesses. We see it in women professionals who lead teams with integrity and vision. And we see it in mothers, daughters, and caregivers who manage households while building financial security for future generations. Financial inclusion is one of most powerful tools for empowerment. When women access education, credit, savings, and investments opportunities, they gain not only financial independence, but a stronger voice in decision-making, at home, in businesses, and in society. This is why, as a financial institution, we recognize that empowering women is not just a right thing to do, but a smart and sustainable business. As a bank, we committed to supporting women-owned businesses and entrepreneurs, creating inclusive workplace where women can lead and grow, designing products and services that respond to unique financial needs of women. However, we also acknowledge that there is still some work to be done. Gender gaps remaining access to finance, leadership representation, and economic opportunity. Closing these gaps requires partnership between banks, government, business, and community, and between men and women standing together for progress. To the women here today, your strength, courage, determination inspires us. Your ideas, leadership, innovation in shaping the future of the economy continue to dream boldly, lead confidently, and support one another. To our male colleagues and partners, your role is still allies is vital. Gender equality is not a women's issue, it is a societal and economic imperative. As we celebrate today, let us move beyond words of action. Let us commit to creating spaces where women can succeed, be heard, and be valued, not only today, but every day. In closing, I would like to wish all women a meaningful and empowering International Women's Day. May we continue to build future for equality. May we continue to build a future where equality is not aspiration, but a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Metato, because you're not just talking about it, you're not mimicking it. We have seen it through our launch of the Circle of Global Businesswomen in the Kingdom of Lesotho in 2023. And today you are still here and supporting us. During G20, as the co-chair of W20, I was also the co-chair of financial inclusion and also entrepreneurship. And one of the critical things that we dealt with as the Women Engagement Group for G20 was the role of financial institutions and supporting women through financial inclusion. But also above that, it was access to markets. Markets right through. And I'm glad that you're still with us in this journey. And also, guess what? The two ministers that launched us, they're here. You see, we are really moving. We didn't lie, ne? And then it dies. But we're still keeping the vision going. Both of you, can you give them a round of applause? Mewaruna, you see, you were in South Africa when we were launching, unfortunately. But wabona msebenzi wa how? Wabona? Wabona? Thank you very much, sweetheart. We love you, ne? Don't cry. We really love you. Where is the nuclear scientist? Huh? Huh? Upi. Okay. Takbiza, ne? So, what is this nuclear scientist? The only woman, by the way. No. Suti, the only woman, by the way, that I know when she says she's a nuclear scientist and she can prove it. And the work that she does, the papers that you produce, just funda ne? Sithi mandukuboni, ndithule ndikujongile, mna abantu ndibajongela le kude, andisondeli kuwe, ndine binoculars, ndikuthi focus, jamba now. Bulela ntombi emhlophe ube khona namhlanje. I'll call you later to represent the South African businesswomen and you talk about this powerful sector that is now dominated by women, including the Republic of South Africa. But I want to honor, when you come here, honor my 2 women scientists, Umchunu and the lady from KZN. And those were powerful women in science and in nuclear as well, who have passed on, who are still, we're soldiering on their behalf as global women in science and nuclear physics. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to call a gentle giant, but dynamite comes in small packages. When Eric calls, I jump. Okay, Eric. Eric, come. Look at him coming to the stage. Imagine, this is the gentleman that has put this whole concept of this event together. And here's MG that are contributing to the vision of the kingdom of Lesotho, contributing to the growth of young people in the continent, contributing to the vision of young people in education in Lesotho. So I always say to people, each and every single event, inalimutu wayona. You are here because God wanted you to be here. And there's a reason why you are here. It's because of the particular position that you'll play when we close the session. Thank you very much, Eric.
Let me pay my respects, His Majesty the King, His Royal Highness Prince Lerotodi, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, members of Diplomatic Corps, captains of industries here present, both Lesotho and South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this room. We have royalty, diplomats, ministers, executives, building industries across Southern Africa. My name is Eric Wableti, and I serve as the head of marketing here at ZMG Isuzu Lesotho, the company that has the honor of hosting all of you today. And none of this would have been possible without my amazing marketing team. Behind every great event is a team the audience never sees. Today, I want them to be seen. And I want them to know that I'm proud of what we have built together. I would like Ntate Kamoelo Punyatsane to join me, Ntate Rethabile Tipane and Mercy and Teko to join me. But before I say anything further, I want to acknowledge the men and women whose vision made this company and this moment possible. Mel and Tate Zakura, You did not simply build a dealership. You built an institution. You created a space where young people like us are trusted, a space given a room to lead and held to a standard that demands the best of us. And that Zakura really believed in us, and I really appreciate you for that, sir. The fact that I am a young head of marketing is already outstanding in this room. Addressing the Prime Minister, royalty, and corporate leaders from across this continent. This is the direct result of your leadership, Zakura. To everyone here, when you walk through the doors of ZMG Isuzu, you are not simply just choosing a vehicle. You are choosing a company led by people of integrity, driven by purpose and committed to going a distance with you. Ladies and gentlemen, ZMG Isuzu is in good hands, and so are you, without a question. As a marketer, my job is to understand. My job is to understand an audience, to tell a story that moves people, not just to buy, but for the people to believe. And this is what the Circle of Global Businesswomen, Africa, and ZMG Isuzu have built today. This is not just an event, this is a statement. The automotive industry in Lesotho and across Africa has long been associated with men, with engine power, with the road. And I want to challenge that image today, deliberately and directly. At ZMG Isuzu Lesotho, we believe that mobility is empowerment. We believe that when a woman has access to a vehicle for her business, for her family, for her freedom, her economic reach expands. Her presence in the markets expands, and her power expands. The vehicle is not just a product. The vehicle is an enabler, and that is the story we are committed to telling differently today. Now, this brings me to the corporate social investment. The CSI is not a charity. The CSI is not a line item. If done right, the CSI is a company declaring, we are not simply here to sell. We are here to serve. At ZMG Isuzu Lesotho's decision to host Dr. Cindy in this showroom was not made for publicity. It was made because we believe that the private sector cannot sit outside the conversation about women's empowerment and then claim to be part of the solution. Businesses in this room, business must be done in this room. Business must carry some weight. Business, if it is serious, must accelerate with action. To conclude, I am honored to stand here as a young Lesotho as a marketer, and as someone who believes that if young people are given the platform, we will not just show up, we will show up prepared. The theme today is accelerate action. So let us accelerate, let us act, let us drive forward, and without apology. Thank you, Galabo.
The marketing team is a team of soldiers. I experienced that soldierhood the past few days because we've been sleeping around about 12 midnight every day. And if you look at the girls in administration, it's only young people. Can you give Ndate Zakura a round of applause? ZMG is going far in life. And the future is bright for ZMG because look at the leadership of ZMG. It's young people. That's why I chose ZMG in Lesotho. Because I was very intentional in the applying of the future. Give it to our girls and boys, they'll do it very well. And they're very smart in that schedule. We need to groom them because there's the future in them. Now, tech team, can you play the video for a message of our global vice president from Australia, Professor Mimi Watts, on behalf of the board, the Global Board for the Circle of Global Business Women. If you're still setting it up, I see our global president for the Circle of Global Businessmen, Ndade Jacques Nel from the UK, is actually on the system. Can I call Ndade Jacques? Jabu? Voice, please. Volume. Jabu? Can we have volume? Okay, I'm just going to pass while this technical team is trying to help us on the logistics of the tech system. Are you winning? Oh, Eric is saying yes, so I'll wait, Eric.
Must be celebrated, not only during this month of women, but it is something that we should.
Okay, should I pass, Eric? Okay. Okay, now, while the tech team is busy resolving the tech challenge in their systems, I'm going to call a brother to give us a message of support.
My name is Professor Mimi Claudine Watts from Melbourne, Australia.
Mr. John
I am the Chief
Kennedy,
African Science Research
the representative of UNIPA
in addition to
in
my
Lesotho.
multiple academic roles. I have been in
Zikomo Gwambile.
Australia for the last 22 years.
Thank you very much.
It's an honor to be invited to share these messages with you. International
Please
Women's
let's give
Day
another hand to
celebrates
this
not
icon,
just women,
a wonderful leader,
community of
a champion,
people who
Dr.
spend
Cindy Zwa, but
their entire lives.
affectionately known as Dr. Cindy. That's what yeah. Please, a hand for her. In my profound excitement to be here, I was reminded, of course, of the challenges, the enormous challenges that are faced by so many women and girls in this country. And while I want to applaud Dr. Cindy Zwa with this objective, I really want to shine a spotlight on one category of women that I think we've left behind. But before I do that, please allow me to pay my respects to His Majesty King Letsie III, the royal family. Prince Lerotodi, you're with us today. Very profound privilege to be with you. The Right Honorable, the Prime Minister, Ntate Samuel Ntsokwane Matekane, the President of the Senate, Speaker of the National Assembly, Diplomatic Corps, His Majesty's Cabinet, represented here by my good friends Ntate Shedile and Ntate Lesawana. Civil society organization, business community, ladies and gentlemen, Dumelang Bome Le Bontate. They don't seem to understand Sisutu. Dumelang Bome Le Bontate. Hey, please. Dumela. Hey. Kanete. Kemusutu. But today, I want to say how uniquely aware that while we meet in these plush offices, and I really want to thank ZMG for this wonderful, wonderful space that we've got. I want to thank them for integrating business and women and bringing it together so well, the way you've done, Dr. Cindy, in this excellent facility. That there is a girl in Sekiring, in Sehonghong, in Hatukwa, in Kau, in Matswaing, who doesn't know what we are talking about. That there is a girl who, when you talk about empowerment, she doesn't understand what you're talking about because she wakes up very early in the morning, takes care of the family, takes care of the community, and she's the bedrock of the Basotho nation. But she's always unheard. Nobody listens to her. She is ignored. So when we talk about investment, including women in business, especially in automotive business, then the women in Maseru are really privileged to be at that point where they can be engaged. But the women and the girls that I spoke about in Komokomong, in Sehonghong, they don't know what we are talking about. And therefore, I would like to turn this event, an event that speaks about that rural girl and woman who is often ignored. So as we celebrate the achievements that women have made in business, let us know that we've left a whole group of women behind. That we have not acted deliberately, that we have not acted intentionally, that we have deliberately left them behind, and we are doing not much to bring them to the level where we are. And I'm profoundly aware that I'm with the Minister of Gender, Youth and Social Development, but I want to say something about this wonderful man. He doesn't sleep, he works, and indeed that text of 2 in the morning, it is true, because I've seen him and I've received text from him even much later than that. And his motto is that we work, and he works for women, for youth. The CGBW's mission to move Basotho women from local survival to global participation is not just ambitious. It is essential. By facilitating global exchanges and driving innovation, you're ensuring that Made in Lesotho brand becomes synonymous with female excellence. And we saw some of the very best of Basotho, especially young ladies, young youth here, and leading the charge in marketing. We see the evidence of potential everywhere across this country. Entrepreneurs for Lesotho, women entrepreneurs for Lesotho. And these are not just businesses. We are talking about lifelines. We are talking about taking care of the families. We're talking about the bedrock and the foundation upon which this nation is actually built. And we need, do you know what we need to do? For us not to leave those ones behind, we need to be able to invest in health, in their education, in their community resilience, in their well-being, in their mental awareness and mental capabilities. We need to do a lot more than me talking from this beautiful podium. But you might be able to ask one question: why is the UN FPA, or the UN for that matter, why is it in this event? You know, a woman cannot compete in a global market if she cannot control her own body. Yes. If she doesn't make decisions by herself. We cannot keep making decisions for women. We have to empower. We have to support. We have to walk with. We don't make decisions for them. So economic empowerment, while central to gender equality, it is the reason why the theme for International Women's Day, which we are also celebrating today, is rights, justice, and action. And a lot of us ignore the three, but we never talk about the action enough. And something else we cannot do, it cannot trickle down. No. It doesn't start from Maseru, then it goes to Kutin. No, it doesn't do that. We have to be there. We have to engage there. We have to talk to them. We have to engage in a discussion with the women wherever they are. Trickle-down economics doesn't work. We have to bring them to the table. So as UNFPA, where we ensure that every pregnancy is wanted, every childbirth is safe, and we remove every systemic barrier to make sure that every young person's potential is fulfilled, I come in to tell you that we have statistics in this country that are a bit troubling, but we are on the way, and I'm happy that you're going to join in this movement where you and I will have to transform the women of this country so that they can be at the level where they're supposed to be. We cannot leave them behind. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I've been hoping for that for so long. I didn't know that was the trigger. And the reason why we're doing this is because maternal mortality is very high. Women die unnecessarily from preventable causes. Gender-based violence is very high in this country. And therefore, if we expect them to be leaders in the business, there is no way, if a mother is dying at 19 or a woman is being beaten in the house, can be able to make decisions that are important at this level. Me Zakura, and I really want to pay homage and respects to you for what you've done with the family. She could not be that, and I know, I have not met her before, but I can tell you, she did not go through these challenges for her to get to this level where she is. And therefore, if we want to make more Zakuras here, more Zakuras, the only way we can do it is we listen to what she says. She never went through gender-based violence. She was given opportunity to make decisions, and she was invited to the table to make those decisions as well. That is what we have to do for every woman here, including in business. I know I have 5 minutes, and I have now 3 left, right? I really want to say something from the bottom of my heart. So I stand with you with deep and urgent conviction that somewhere in these mountains and the valleys and the rivers and the beautiful country, the kingdom in the sky, through these difficult roads, you're going to Mashai and you have to cross 3 rivers to get to the woman who's carrying firewood on her back to go and feed the family. Who has to engage the Badisana, making sure that nothing happens to her family and that her cattle, her sheep are well taken care of. That woman has dreams. And her dreams are also valid. That her dreams have a place just like everybody else's dreams. We cannot be able to defer those dreams. We therefore have to act with courage and compassion. We have to make affirmative action to ensure that those women are also brought to the table. When she wakes up early and she does her chores, when she takes care of the family, and the community and the nation, when nobody appreciates what she does, she keeps on doing it day after day after day after day after day. I'll continue there because it's a very long time until you tell me to stop. After day after day after day. Yes, thank you so much. I just want to express the emotion that they do this every single day, thankless. They never count the 365 that you do. It is never an 8 to 5. It is never a 24-hour thing. It is every single time and every single day. So we cannot claim progress. We cannot claim progress while leaving her behind. We cannot ignore the very foundation upon which this nation stands. And I wanted to say something, and I was inspired by the lady, the lady with the smart lady, the beautiful smart lady, the genius, yes. I'm also inspired by another lady of integrity class. Her name is Her Royal Highness Princess Senate Mohate Seiso. Exactly 1 week today, we were standing together at Pioneer Mall and we were launching the Shweshwe Amushweshwe Foundation, and we are partnering as the United Nations Population Fund for the wonderful things that she's doing. Do you know what she's doing? I'll remind you. This is what she does. She is collecting menstrual hygiene products to be able to take them to ladies who unfortunately have to drop out of school every single time because they had an accident in class, or because they do not have sanitary towels, or because men do not understand that menstrual hygiene is the reason why they are alive. So they stigmatize and they shame women and they do all kinds of things. And I'm standing with the princess because what she is doing is going to keep a lot of girls in school. I'm standing with the princess because that partnership is going to ensure that girls live with dignity within and amongst their own people. And I urge you, and I see Kwizi at the back. Thank you, sir, for coming. Kwizi, please support Shweshwe Amushweshwe with the books, with the menstrual hygiene. We have a national program that Ntatele Sawana is engaged in. Let us partner to ensure that we make, I don't know, Kwizi, did you come with a basket? Did you come with a basket? Please, the basket will be placed at the back for Shweshwe Amushweshwe. If you have anything, I would request that you drop it in there. This is, I'm being paid for this, so I hope you all understand. So, finally, let me say this. Dr. Sindiswa, you work very well with my regional office. It is a great engagement. We were with you with Matsunyane, yes, a few days ago. And therefore, I want to pledge our support working together with your organization, even in Lesotho, and especially in Lesotho, because we have a lot of smart women. And I would invite you so that we can work together. Please don't take everything to South Africa. Mayor Constance knows that we could share a little bit with the Basotho women, right? And she's been a champion of the Basotho women, so thank you very much. Let us ensure that they can do small businesses. Ntate Shedile, we hold the women together so that they can have the small businesses and they rise to the occasion where they can also be what all this wonderful Dr. Cindy. We have lots of Dr. Cindy's in this country. Thank you very much.
Wow, asante san. Wow, Dr. Kennedy, you've really touched my heart with what Princess is doing in the community of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Just a few weeks ago, I was at the African Union, and I was asked to speak at a panel with the African Union Department of Health, Humanitarian and Social Development, where they were partnering with Village Rich, with my brother, who is the former Africa CDC, Dr. Agebe from Kenya. The focus there was to actually talk about the primary health care for women, but focusing on the uterine. This is exactly what the princess is doing. Because if we don't focus on that, our womanhood is gone. Because we start at a tender age to understand who we are. That's where the menstrual cycle, and that's where Princess is actually focusing, to give confidence to these young girls to go back to school and drive education and be independent and know who they are. And if they don't have what Princess is doing, they can't go to school. And it's a loss of energy to them. And thank you very much for partnering with her and looking forward working with you as well globally to make the campaign for Princess known in the world, right to the World Economic Forum, where we have some spaces to talk about Africa, some spaces to talk about the Kingdom of Lesotho, some spaces to talk about the Republic of South Africa. And thank you very much, Ntate Re a leboha haholo. Tech team, video.
The President, Circle of Global Business Women, Her Excellency Dr. Cindy Zamo. Esteemed guests, fellow excellences, ministers, honorables, doctors, professors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the honor to join you virtually to participate in our International Women's Day event in Lesotho. I must say, gatherings like
1
this
p.m. for the
that
mosque.
unite us must be celebrated, not only during this month of women, but it is something that we should try
Now,
to action
I'm going to call my
every
dearest
month
brother,
of the year.
Ndate
I would like to
Shabir
thank
Musa.
Her Excellency Dr. Zamo for bringing
In
us
my other
together,
life, he's my
but
chair,
really for giving me the opportunity to share a message,
and I'm humbled and honored to
lifting,
be led by you
rising,
within the Musa
working
group as my
together,
chair.
which
I'm
aligns with this
actually
year's International
a chair
Women's
of the
Day
board
theme, Give
for
to
the
Gain,
construction division
and Balance
within the
the
Musa group,
Scales.
Ndate Kennedy.
My name is Professor
Ilanda.
Mimi Claudine Watts from Melbourne,
Musa.
Australia. I am the chair of the African Science Research and Innovation Council, in addition to my multiple academic roles.
The program
I
director,
have been
I
in
think,
higher
I would speak
education in
for
Australia
most of us
for the
speaking today
last
is to match your energies a little bit
22
difficult.
years. And it's
But we
always
will
an
try to
honor
keep,
to be
the flow
invited to
entertained,
share these
as much as we
messages
can.
with you.
Allow me
International
to pay my
Women's Day
respect to His
celebrates
Majesty,
not
King
just
Letsie III,
women,
His Royal
it
Highness,
celebrates a
Prince
community
Leotodi.
of
Thank
people
you for coming with us
who
and joining us today.
spend their
Right Honourable
entire
Prime Minister of
lives
Lesotho, Honourable
working
Ministers
for
of His Majesty's
and
Cabinet,
building others.
Ndate Shedile,
It's-
Ndate Lesawana, thank you very much. Her Excellency May Constance, thank you very much. Our journey's been long getting here. Distinguished guests, esteemed business leaders, Dr. Sindiswa Nzamo, Dr. Cindy, we call her, the ambassador to the Lesotho South Africa Business Council. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will be short and sweet. My role today really is to take us through what the purpose is of the Lesotho South Africa Business Council and how it is important for us to be standing here as an important milestone for us in terms of launching the women's chapter of the Lesotho South Africa Business Council today. It is, of course, an honor and a privilege to stand in front of you. I think this is a significant and defining moment for us. We are not only defining a moment for the Lesotho South Africa Business Council, but also, sorry, technology is getting to me here. But also, of course, for the future of women-led economies, particularly in our region. Allow me to first reaffirm what the vision and the pillars are of the Lesotho South Africa Business Council. The Lesotho South Africa Business Council was founded on a clear and purposeful vision to serve as a structured platform for collaboration between the private sectors of the two nations. Something that has been lacking for a very long time. A lot of us in business, both on the South African side and the Lesotho side, find challenges in finding collaboration and platforms to do this. And of course, with long hours of strategy and discussions with Dr. Cindy over since 2023, and of course, May Constance has played a very important role in launching us last year in December. The Honorable Prime Minister was present and at this successful launch. So for us, at our core, the Council is really built on 5 key pillars. The first is to strengthen cross-border trade and investment between the two countries. The second is to facilitate strategic partnerships between businesses in Lesotho and South Africa. The third is to unlock economic corridors to drive regional economic growth. The fourth is to create a unified voice for private sector engagement with government. The fifth, and most importantly, is ensuring inclusive participation that uplifts communities on both sides of our borders. And that aligns to the purpose of today. So this is not just about business. I think it's important that we recognize it's about economic integration, shared prosperity, and building a future where opportunity is not limited by geography, but expanded through collaboration. Let us now discuss the significance of the women's chapter of the Lesotho South Africa Business Council. So today we take that vision that we discussed earlier a step further. It's important to note the launch of the women's chapter is not symbolic. It is strategic, intentional, and necessary, because true economic growth cannot happen without the full participation of women. Let that sink in. This chapter will therefore serve as a powerful vehicle to drive women-led trade and development enterprises, foster leadership, mentorship, and access to markets, and most importantly, to ensure that women are not just participants, but are key drivers of economic transformation between Lesotho and South Africa. Now, in recognition of the Circle of Global Business Women, I think we must take a moment to recognize the extraordinary role played by the Circle of Global Business Women, a network that spans over 150 countries worldwide, representing a movement of innovation, leadership, and global connectivity. Your presence here today in Lesotho for the Africa Regional International Women's Day launch is deeply significant. Supported by the Department of Science and Technology in South Africa, this initiative represents the intersection of innovation, global collaboration, and women-led progress. You are not just a network, you are a global force for change, Dr. Cindy. And today, what a wonderful achievement. Lesotho becomes part of this global story. Now let us honor true leadership. Mrs. Nadira Zahura. We also take this opportunity to honor a true pioneer, Mrs. Zahura. I have watched you over the years display a commendable role in both the household and in the business. You have gone through some of the hardest times and in life, but you still stand strong as a true pioneer and demonstrating how you stand beside your partner, Bablu, I call him, in business. You are a woman who has demonstrated exceptional leadership in the automotive sector and an industry traditionally dominated by men. Your journey is not just one of success, but it is one of breaking barriers, setting standards, and redefining leadership. You represent exactly what the Women Chapter stands for: courage, resilience, and the ability to lead beyond any limitations. Thank you very much for your presence today. So how are we aligned with the national vision? That's important for us to all take note today. This Women's Chapter is fully aligned with the broader vision that was set at the launch of the Lesotho South Africa Business Council, an event honored by the Prime Minister of Lesotho. A vision focused on driving trade, strengthening economic ties, and ensuring sustainable economic upliftment. Today we are saying clearly that vision must and will be strongly driven by women. Because when women rise in business, economies rise with them. I will now make a few acknowledgements. Allow me to extend sincere appreciation to Dr. Cindy, our ambassador to the Lesotho South Africa Business Council. Thank you for your leadership, your advocacy, your unwavering commitment to the vision. Her Excellency, the High Commissioner of South Africa, your presence here today reflects the strength of the partnership between our two nations. His Royal Highness, your continued support of initiatives that uplift communities and drive progress. We appreciate you. And to all leaders of business, partners, and stakeholders present here today, your presence affirms that this vision is shared and together that we can build on something meaningful. In closing, let me align us all to a call to action. And I'll leave that with you, Dr. Cindy, to run with. Ladies and gentlemen, the launch of this Women's Chapter is not the end, but it is the beginning of a movement that must open doors, break barriers, and create opportunities across borders. Let us commit today to building stronger networks, inclusive economies, and a future where women are not waiting for a seat at the table, but lead at the table. Because when Lesotho and South Africa work together, and when women are placed at the center of that collaboration, there's no limit to what we can achieve. I thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman and the Vice President for the Private Sector Foundation Lesotho. And I'm humbled and honored as well to be the ambassador for the Lesotho South Africa Business Council as the former Treasurer General for Black Business Council in the Republic of South Africa. And also being a member of the Private Sector Foundation in Lesotho. And thank you very much. It is indeed an honor for me to participate. Now, I've got something exciting to share with you. Do you see that car? The first one there. All of you, can I have everybody looking at that car? The white one. That car belongs to our princess, sponsored by ZMG Isuzu. Can we give a round of applause? Yes! Ndate Kennedy, when we spoke about her going to all the rural areas, in the mountainous areas, that's the vehicle. We are very intentional as the Circle of Global Business Women. We don't host because we want to host, but we host because we have an intention. The intention is that car. The intention is Princess to go in the rural areas of Lesotho and reach out to every single rural young girl that needs assistance in terms of period poverty. She's a solution, Ndatel Sawana, in terms of period poverty. Ndate Shedil, Rialebu Ndate, for launching us. Today, these are the results, for the tenacity, for the vision. I come from a school that says, when a head of state, a head of government launches an initiative, we must fight tooth and nail for it to show the results, to be alive and kicking. That's a school that I come from. In the military, by the way, I was once a military person. We defend with everything in our life. And what it takes for us to make sure that everything, what our principals are saying in launches, they come to fruition. And it's one of those when you see that car. Mama, uthi kutatu Ramaphosa siyabulela. You're representing His Excellency President Ramaphosa today. We thank him very much. As I call my dearest sister, the Circle of Global Business Women was launched by His Excellency President Ramaphosa, by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, through the Embassy of France in the Republic of South Africa. During COVID, they trusted us, the two heads of state. And every time when I saw them, I used to shake because I told them I will stand with women during COVID. And yes, I did. If I conquered COVID, I'll conquer anything in front of me. Nothing will stand on my way because we conquered COVID as women globally in partnership with the Embassy of France, Republic of South Africa, DERCO, and the Women's Ministry in the Republic of South Africa. We are alive, Madam Elizabeth. You launched us in Lesotho. Come and speak again in this platform to show that we are alive. If I see you, I always have goosebumps. Because there was a time where I was asked, where is the presentation? Because I was speaking from my head, by the way. There was no paper. Let me be honest with you. So when I was supposed to present, I I did the presentation the whole night. Come, madam. And we got the money as the Circle of Global Business Women. And here she is to confirm that. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Cindy. It's true that we have this strong connection. Allow me to align with protocol. However, I would like to recognize the presence of His Royal Highness Prince Leotodi, honorable ministers, Ndate Shedide and Ndate Lesawana, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and as we say in my language, mesdames et messieurs. Okay, I'm just checking also if you have some French. Bonjour. Oui, okay. And all protocol observed. When Dr. Cindy called me, asking me to provide some remarks, I say immediately yes. I say, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? But I say yes, because it's a great honor. And actually, I must excuse myself because I was a bit late, but I have a good excuse because I was in a meeting with my ambassador and only diplomat women, only. So only one diplomat, my ambassador, and all the women working at the French embassy in South Africa, Lesotho, and Malawi to decide together, and he wanted us, as diplomat women, to express ourselves. So here again, I'm really happy to be here with you to celebrate women who are shaping, innovating, and transforming our societies. As you may know, France is strongly committed to a feminist diplomacy. And this strategy places gender equality at the core of our international action. It's guided by a simple yet powerful conviction: no society can fully thrive if half of its population is held back from reaching its full potential. So in this regard, the empowerment of women, economically, socially, and politically, is a key priority. Supporting women's access to employment, entrepreneurship, education, and leadership opportunities is essential, particularly in sectors where they have heuristically been underrepresented. This is why we are especially proud to highlight today the growing role of women in the automotive sector. Long considered a male-dominated field, this industry is evolving, and more women are stepping forward, excelling, and taking on leadership roles. These journeys are not only inspiring, they are essential. They help shift perceptions, open doors for younger generations, and contribute to building more inclusive and resilient economies. France stands alongside its partners in supporting these positive dynamics by promoting equal opportunities, skills development, and women's access to economic empowerment. Today, as we celebrate women who are breaking barriers, we reaffirm a shared belief: the future will be built with women and thanks to women. And if I may add on what John Kennedy previously said, follow your dreams, and remember, sky is the limit. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Elizabeth, and send our sincere gratitude to His Excellency President Macron and our First Lady, Madame Macron in France, and the Ambassador, His Excellency David Martinon. Merci beaucoup. Tech team? Are we alive?
Event in Lesotho. I must say,
Volume?
President, Circle of Global Business Women, Her Excellency Dr. Cindy Zamo, esteemed guests, fellow excellencies, ministers.
All right. Can I skip you until it's perfect? Thank you very much for trying, tech team. I know it's going to be okay. Now, I'm going to call a gentle giant, a sister, a mother, a grandmother, an aunt, but who's responsible of taking over to Mama Zakura and make sure that this empire gets to 100 years, 4 generations to come. And this was the vision that Mama had when she supported Ndate Zakura's father, when Mama raised Ndate Zakura and her sister. For this daytime, for time such as this, for you to take over and lead as the backbone of this legacy, inshallah.
My due respect to His Majesty, King Letsie III, Your Royal Highness, Prince Leretodi, the Honorable Prime Minister, Ntare Samuel Matakani, Deputy Minister, Mayor Majara, esteemed ministers of cabinet, distinguished diplomats, ambassadors, all protocol observed. Peace and blessings to our distinguished guests. I, Nadira Kasim Zakura, on behalf of Zakura Motor Group Isuzu, a daughter company of Zakura Group of Companies, am privileged to host this year's International Women's Day. It is my honor to acknowledge Her Excellency, the High Commissioner of South Africa, Mayor Constance, Dr. Cindy, President of Circle of Global Businesswomen, and your delegates, welcome to the kingdom in the sky, our beautiful, breathtaking country, Lesotho. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here for all mothers, daughters, sisters, wives, and in all women who are silent and shy. I would like to honor the pillar of Zakura Group of Companies, Mr. Ali Ismail Zakura, Senior Director of ZMG Isuzu. Besides most successful businessmen, is a visionary, Mrs. Halima Ali Zakura. Together, they worked tirelessly to build a legacy for future generations. A legacy that will be remembered and honored. Legends that will be honored throughout. I introduce Mrs. Halima Zakura. Ma'am.
The President, Circle of Global Business Women, Her Excellency Dr. Cindy Zamo. esteemed guests,
of our family.
fellow excellencies, ministers, honorables, doctors, professors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the honor to join you virtually to participate in our International Women's Day event in Lesotho. I must say, gatherings like this that unite us must be celebrated not only during this month of women, but it is something that we should try to action every month of the year. I would like to thank Her Excellency Dr. Zamo for bringing us together, but really for giving me the opportunity to share a message, lifting, rising, working together, which aligns with this year's International Women's Day theme, Give to Gain, and Balance the Scales. My name is Professor Mimi Claudine Watts from Melbourne, Australia. I am the chair of the African Science Research and Innovation Council, in addition to my multiple academic roles. I have been in higher education in Australia for the last 22 years, and it's always an honor to be invited to share these messages with you.
Our nation
International Women's Day celebrates not just women, it celebrates a community of people who spend their entire lives
truly
working
all
for
road leads to the
and
suit,
building others.
and this avenue leads to progress. Today, we are not gathered for another conference, but for transformation under the powerful theme, celebrating women, breaking barriers in the automotive sector. Through Give and Gain, Dr. Cindy and the Circle of Global Businesswomen are building peaceful efforts in women's empowerment. Across Africa, their mission is clean to develop skills, foster innovations, provide leadership workshops. ZMG Isuzu, we are honored to stand alongside this vision. For us, inclusion is not a slogan, it is a strategy. African women are not on the sidelines of global dialogue. We are on the front line, shaping it. Through ZMG, although ZMG is fairly new in the automotive industry, we are determined to sprint forward in the automotive industry. We encourage every woman here, take your space, build strength and confidence. Expand your network, rise, and as you rise, pull another woman with you, who then will pull a whole community, and with her henceforth, a nation. Let's not forget the women that paved their way into the automotive industry. Mary Anderson, inventor of the windscreen wipers. Bertha Benz, pioneer of long-distance drive. Mary Barra, leader in transition of electric motor vehicle. Automotive women, let us reshape leadership with a commitment to uplift. Our journey may encounter potholes, but our drive will lead us to satisfaction, job creation, economic growth, and opportunities for skilled technicians and engineers. Gone are the days of greasy overalls and soiled nails. Welcome to the era of technology, software, and electric motor vehicles. We are mobility. We are transformation. Thank you. Khotsil Pula Nala.
The President, Circle of Global Business Women, Her Excellency Dr. Cindy Zamo. Esteemed
Yeah, I come from a school where in Europe, economies are run by family businesses, not companies in the stock exchange. This has been demonstrated by the Zakura family. In fact, they've touched my heart when you're talking about legacies, what you leave for your children, what makes you wake up in the morning. And this has been demonstrated in this platform today. And thank you very much, Ndade Zakura, Me Zakura. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Zakura. In fact, you have touched my heart. Family businesses are very important to build the economy of Lesotho. And if you look at how many young people have been employed in this business, then you can understand the role of family businesses. Do you know that Mercedes-Benz is not listed anywhere? Oh my God, my accent, sorry. Sorry, I've got a deep English accent. It comes out at times, I always hide it. Do you know that Mercedes-Benz is a family business? It's not listed in a stock exchange anywhere in the world? Do you know that? Huh? Mercedes-Benz South Africa. Mercedes-Benz is all over the show, but it's a family business, and they're killing it. They're making billions and billions and billions and billions, but it's a family business. This is to demonstrate how critical family businesses are in our economies globally and in the world. Can we hear our Global Vice President, Professor Mimi Watts from Australia?
the President, Circle of Global Business Women, Her Excellency Dr. Cindy Zamo. Esteemed guests, fellow excellences, ministers, honorables, doctors, professors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the honor to join you virtually to participate in our International Women's Day event in Lesotho. I must say, gatherings like this that unite us must be celebrated not only during this month of women, but it is something that we should try to action every month of the year. I would like to thank Her Excellency Dr. Zamo for bringing us together, but really for giving me the opportunity to share a message, lifting, rising, working together, which aligns with this year's International Women's Day theme, Give to Gain, and Balance the Scales. My name is Professor Mimi Claudine Watts from Melbourne, Australia. I am the chair of the African Science Research and Innovation Council, in addition to my multiple academic roles. I have been in higher education in Australia for the last 22 years, and it's always an honor to be invited to share these messages with you. International Women's Day celebrates not just women, it celebrates a community of people who spend their entire lives working for and building others. It celebrates women, regardless of where they are in this world, on this planet, who have made sacrifices to get you and I where we are today. As we celebrate this year's International Women's Day, with the theme Give to Gain. I want you to reflect on what you have given people in the past 12 months to lift them. I will share a very personal story, and that relates to how I came to be here by meeting the president of the Circle of Global Business Women at another international event in Egypt that was organized by His Excellency the President LCC in Egypt for health professionals, leaders, and executives across the globe. During that period, in the course of interactions, listening to each other in different forums, we realized that we had something in common. Then she invited me to the Circle of Global Business Women. Sooner than later, I found myself not only engaged with our Circle of Global Business Women, but our South African women in mining, in addition to other initiatives that we are now working on together. It is really imperative that as women, we identify our allies in each other. We identify those trends and we collaborate, we partner, we support, and we build each other. Our President, Dr. Zamo, is an absolute example of that. And as I've highlighted, this is the reason why I'm here today. As an academic, what I've found in my academic spaces is the presence and the growing influence of women, regardless of their setting. Only 70 years ago, it was almost impossible for most of the women that you and I will call grandmothers today, or mothers, to make space or to be given space to sit in a classroom. Today, because of the activism, because of the influence, and because of the advocacy of those women, we are able to occupy the seats that we now occupy and hold today. So as we think about giving to gain, it is not about today, it is about tomorrow. What is the seed that you are planting to lift the next generation of young women? What is the legacy that you want to give as you are in Lesotho today? And I want to say thank you to our partners, Isuzu, for sponsoring and supporting this event, and also other important partnerships and partners that have come on board to support us and work in partnership with us as women. Without you, we will not be able to achieve a tenth of what we are achieving today. So when you leave Lesotho today, I need you to leave a legacy that 10 years from today, that young girl who is 10 years, who is 15 years, will remember, will recall that on the 20th of March 2026, the Circle of Global Business Women led and engaged with women across the globe, brought them to this kingdom, and as a result of the impact and the work that the women did within the few days that they were there, she or her is able to take a seat at the table where otherwise she would not have been able to. I want to thank everybody who has made this event a reality. But I also want to say thank you to our male allies who have always worked with us. We appreciate you, we see you, we hear you, we know you, and we continue to say, walk with us, because it is only through your support that we can move forward. And because we want to move forward with you. So thank you everybody for being here today, for celebrating with us. Importantly, thank you President Dr. Zamo for this initiative, for being the leader who is a servant to her people. And we look forward to having more of you in this journey as we build together. Have a wonderful celebration. I wish I could be.
Thank you. Wow, thank you very much. That's our Global Vice President for the Circle of Global Business Women, my anchor, Prof. Mimi Watts. I met her as she serves. I was invited by President Abdel El-Sisi, the president of Egypt, to be invited on the scientific committee that deals with public health. So I was one of the speakers at Africa Health ExCon, and she was also one of the speakers. We just connected. And I always tell people, Mezakura, the Circle of Global Business Women, it's a spiritual thing. It's not a physical thing. I connect to people who are like me. I've connected to you because you're just like me. That's it. You don't apply at the circle, we connect. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to ask our global president for Circle of Global Businessmen, Ndade Jacques, somebody that I come a long way with him. As I told you that I'm from the military. He was one of my psychologists. The high levels of energy, they couldn't contain me, but he was the only person that could contain me. So today he's my global president for Circle of Global Businessmen. Jabu, the stage is yours. I have his speech here because as soldiers we're always ready. If it fails, I'm going to read his speech. We always talk about backups, so I have a backup.
The strength and the resilience of most women. We have refused circumstances because behind every success we celebrate today, there's a story. There's a story of sacrifice. There's a story of courage. There's a stories of pushing forward and said the world can wait. I want to speak to you not as a business leader today, but as a man who witnessed firsthand the power of the woman. It started with my grandmother more than 50 years ago when she moved from Scotland to South Africa to start one of the biggest milling business in KwaZulu and befriended the royal family of KwaZulu. Some women here has led families when resources are scarce. Women that build businesses but with nothing but belief, and I've experienced them. Women who walk into boardrooms when nobody ever expected us, and they leave as leaders. These are not stories, these are realities across Africa. Women in automotive are breaking barriers. I've traveled the past 24 months to 27 countries. I visited 157 global manufacturers. And I must say to you, the industry are changing. The industry are changing, and I've seen engineers for top firms designing the future. I've seen entrepreneurs building dealerships as women. They are executives shaping global strategy. From the local showrooms of Lesotho with the amazing Zakura family, I had the honor to speak to the leadership of the Zakura family, and I must be honest with you, I'm mesmerized. I visited the global manufacturing centers of McLaren, where women are in charge of the engineering teams. And from Brazil to America to Finland, I've seen women engineers just leading the pace. So I urge women from Lesotho, when you have the chance to join the automotive sector, go the extra mile. The business aren't just focused specifically on men. At the end of the day, someone have to believe in you. Someone have to open a door, and someone said you can. And now the question is, will we do the same for others? Because we give hope, we give access, we give dignity. And what we do again, we gain stronger businesses, stronger opportunities, we gain a stronger Africa. I believe, and I always believed, like my grandmother taught me, if you want a job done, give it to a woman. I hope I don't offend any men today. How many brilliant women have lost the silence? How many leaders were never given the opportunity? How many innovations were realized simply because a door remained closed? That's why I'm here today to say to you, to ensure that we have no more potential wasted. Africa is in a defining moment. Africa is rising, but Africa will never rise until the women fully rise. Because women succeeds, they don't succeed alone. They lift their families, they lift their communities, they lift their nations. As this is where the leadership matters, because leadership is not comfort. Leadership is a responsibility. Invest when it's risky. Support the inconvenient. Stand up. Easiest ways to stay silent. True leaders don't wait for change. They create it. My Honorable President, it was indeed an honor for me today to be able to speak to leaders like yourself, being recognized to support you going forward. I believed in my grandmother, and she showed me the way many years ago. And South Africa and Africa need to rise, the women, to take control in the automotive sectors, in the political field, on the fields, in the export market. Stand up. There's nothing that stops you. I greet you as a leader, as a friend from Africa, and I must say, you are not waiting for the future. You are creating it. You are not breaking barriers. You're redefining the impossible. And because, my final line, because when women rises, she carries the generation with her. And women arise together. Nothing in the world can stop them. And Dr., our global president, you're indeed a true example of this. Godson.
My commander, I salute you. Thank you very much for the great work that you're doing globally. And I'm humbled and honored to always serve nations. Like when you started with me in the military, you said I can. Indeed, I can now prove that I can. And thank you very much. You just give me goosebumps, so I'm not going to talk a lot about the military work. Now I'm going to call my dearest sister, the Director General of the Association of Women in Francophonie countries in Canada. Madam, she's been awake since 2 a.m. in Canada, waiting for the time to speak. Madam, I still,
yes.
Oh my God, can you give her a round of applause? She's been awake since 2 a.m. in Canada. And this is the work that we do, the passion that we have. Madam Elizabeth, this is my baby sister. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, madam.
Merci.
Merci.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I've been up all night waiting for this very moment, and I'm grateful to be here. So, distinguished guests, leaders, all protocols observed, and my sisters across Africa and the diaspora. My name is Mart Mukanda, joining you from Vancouver, BC in Canada. It is truly an honor to join you today as we celebrate the International Women's Day under the theme Accelerate Action. And I'm especially inspired by today's focus on women breaking barriers in the automotive sector, an industry that shows us how far we've come and how far we can still go. I would like to sincerely thank Dr. Sindeswa for this kind of invitation. It was truly a special moment when we met in Addis Ababa at the UN Africa Business Forum, and I'm grateful for this continued connection. I feel deeply honored to be counted among such distinguished guests, and especially among all the incredible women connected today. I have the privilege of leading two organizations based in Canada. The Association Femmes Africaines Francophones, AFAF, in English, the Francophone African Women Association, and also the African Canadian Business Chamber, ACBC. Through AFAF, we focus on empowering African Francophone women in the diaspora, supporting entrepreneurship, leadership development, and community building, while creating spaces where women can connect, grow, lead with confidence. Through ACBC, we work to strengthen economic bridges between Africa and Canada by facilitating trade, investment opportunities, and business partnerships. A key part of our work is ensuring that women are not just included in these conversations, but are actively positioned as leaders and decision makers in the Africa-Canada trade landscape. Together, our mission is simple: to connect, empower, and elevate African women locally and globally. When we speak about trade in Africa, we often speak about policies, infrastructure, and markets. But today I want to speak about something else. I want to speak about women. Because across Africa, women are already the backbone of trade. We are not waiting to be included. Women are already building the economy. But despite this reality, many women still face barriers: limited access to fundings, limited access to networks, limited visibility in decision-making spaces. And sometimes the biggest barrier is not capacity, it is opportunity. So when we say accelerate action, what does it mean really for us? It means moving from inclusion to influence, participation to leadership, survival to ownership. Because African women are not just small traders, they are future exporters, investors, and global leaders. The automotive sector is a powerful example, Dr. Sindeswa. For a long time, it has been such a male-dominated industry. But today, women are entering, leading, innovating, not only as consumers, but as entrepreneurs, engineers, and decision makers. This is what breaking barriers looks like. As a woman working between Africa and Canada, I see something very powerful. The African diaspora is not disconnected. It is a bridge of markets, a bridge of knowledge, and a bridge of partnerships. And women are at the center of that bridge. When African women collaborate across borders, Lesotho, DRC, South Africa, Canada, we don't just grow individually, we transform ecosystems. So today my message is simple. Let us not wait to be invited into trade. Let us build our networks, support each other, and position ourselves strategically. Because the future of African trade will not just include women, it will be shaped by women. And as we grow, we must remember the power of give and gain. When women support other women, we don't lose opportunities, we multiply them. Happy International Women's Day to all of you. Let us continue to rise, build, and lead together. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Singesa.
Thank you very much, my sister. I met the Director General at the Africa Business Forum in Addis, organized by the United Nations under the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And I was just going to the toilet, and she came rushing to me. And she said, ma'am, I've been told that I must speak to you because when you leave, you run away. You don't tell anybody that when you're leaving. So we connected at the Africa Business Forum. Madam, I'm humbled, and thank you very much for staying the whole night for this process. This is demonstrating the sisterhood that we have as women, as African women globally. May God bless you, my dearest sister Director General, for the African women in the Francophonie countries. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. God bless you too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to call our dearest sister, the nuclear scientist, just for 3 minutes, representing South African women before our High Commissioner comes on stage. Just 3 minutes, sis. Yes. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, and I would like to stand on all the protocols that have been stated with all due respect. 3 minutes it is, Doc. It takes about 2.5 seconds to split an atom, so I'll try not to compete with that. My name is Nomsokana, but if I also stand in the in the South African House, I'm also a 4IR commissioner in the presidency. I do sit in the advisory of our president, Madamela Ramaphosa. But in these last 2 minutes that I have, I really love to speak about the enthusiasm as well as the optimistic attitudes that the women in South Africa, specifically Basadi Badihad, that's about 27 women, really they have skills in government, exports and imports, automotive sector, insurance, and they are quite eager to really be participating members within the Business Council. And it is such joy and admiration that all the members of CGs, they are here, and you have honored us by inviting us also. And with that being said, I do want to also emphasize the fact that we, some of the hats that I'm wearing as an AI expert, is that we are looking into ensuring that Lesotho youth is involved in the natural language processing of building AI. Globally, Africa contributes only 1% in the ChatGPT that you're using. And globally, also in the carriers of AI, there's only 24%, where we sit within 0.7% as African women. We do want to change that trajectory. And thank you so much for your listening ear. Enjoy the rest of the program. Just lastly, I know my mother there said I'm forgetting something, but as a nuclear scientist, I think some of the works that I'm not mentioning that she's emphasizing that I should mention is that just next week, I will be in the UK representing Africa to view some of the huge, large nuclear plants. And I must say, in our own planning, we have really gathered that in order for our industries to thrive, we should have nuclear plants that look after the SACU region, including Lesotho. And Minister, while you are here, this also speaks into the liberation of energy policies. And also the Minister of Women, this also speaks on how I'll be speaking on the inclusion of women, young women, that the global North is requiring for nuclear experts to be included in that. So I do wear that hat to advocate for that for young girls in all regions in the SACU. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We know you are here because of Mama and His Excellency President Ramaphosa. Mama, please send our sincere gratitude to Ndade Ramaphosa for the commissioner to come and be representing the South African women. From the depth of my heart, I want to be emotional, but thank you very much, Ma. I'm gonna call you on stage and speak on behalf of my daddy, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, on the work that you're doing in Lesotho, rising the flag of South Africa so high in Lesotho, working with us globally, and making sure we take our rightful position. Come, Mama.
Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta umfazi. Wathinta umfazi. Basop uzokufa. Program Director, it simply means let the name of women be praised. We're here to celebrate ourselves. Let us not be shy. And we're too quiet as if we're in a funeral. No, we're here to celebrate us. Prince, please pardon us. This is how we do it as women when we are together. Program Director, allow me to pay my respect to Our Majesty King Letsie wa Boraro, Your Highness Prince Rotodi, and Princess Senate. I know that she's always with us, working very hard, rolling her sleeves all the time, and I think you are leaders in your own right, not because of a shade of somewhere. The Right Honorable, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Ndate Matekane, the Honorable President of the Senate, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers present here, especially Bokhaitsadi ke ba babedi, Ntate Sherile, Ntate Lesawane. All South Africans who are here know that ke na le Bokhaitsadi ke mo. I've got family here. I came to Lesotho without family, but now I'm comfortable to tell you that I have a family and I'm well secure. Don't be worried. Especially when we have Ntate Kennedy, who is also here. Kana umuka Ntate Kennedy? Ke Mofokeng. Ntate Kennedy wa Mofokeng. Let me say that all protocol observed, Ntate Zakura and family, Few years ago, I received a team from South Africa, Isuzu, and South Africa, Lesotho. And they came to pay courtesy visit to the office, South African house, the embassy. And they were coming for a sword turning of this place. That same morning, we had to come here. Mema Zakura, I'm sure you'll remember. We all came here, but it was just like a place which has not, it's not even skanga, but there was like nothing happening here. So we came and they told me that they're going to build a garage. I said, really? A garage here? At that time, there were still potholes on the road. Little did I know that today I'll be here and be proud to be part of this, because I saw it starting, and by the time I leave Lesotho, I'll be very comfortable that it happened during my time. I'm very proud. As South Africa, we observed the International Women's Day today under the theme, Recentering Social Justice and Human Rights of Women and Girls. This is not just a slogan, it is a diagnosis. It is an acknowledgement that the center has shifted. The progress where it came was uneven. Those rights where they were won were not always protected, and that justice remains for too many women and girls, a promise still deferred. To recenter is to return, but it is also to interrogate. We must ask what displaced women and girls from the center of our social justice agenda in the first place. The answer demands honesty and profound analysis. I therefore wish to argue that it is persistence of the patriarchal systems that treat women's rights as concession rather than a constitutional imperative. It was the normalization of violence as a private matter rather than a public emergency. It was also the quiet tolerance of economic inclusion, the unpaid care burden, and the glass ceilings that keep women in the margins of opportunity and power. I therefore, in contrast, during this Women's Historic Month, we celebrate the extraordinary world's women of our past and the titans of our present who have strengthened our families, enriched our cultures, defended our values, pioneered our industries, and shaped our society's glorious future. The International Women's Day was first observed in the early 20th century. It was not born in ceremony, but in the struggle. It emerged from the marches of garment workers, the defiance campaigns, and the collective refusal by women across the world to accept their own erasure. This year also carries a profound historical meaning for us as South Africans. This year, 2026, we mark 70 years since the Women's March of 9 August 1956, when more than 20,000 women, mothers, workers, organizers, and leaders marched to the union buildings to declare that they would not accept injustice. Their message is not only history, it is instruction. It tells us that courage is collective and that rights are defended through action. In this regard, we are reminded of courageous Isitalandwe, bravest warriors like Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, and Sophia Williams-De Bruyn, and many others. They stood in silence for 30 minutes before singing the now iconic protest song, Wathinta Bafazi Wathinta Umbokodo. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. Their actions sent a powerful message that women would not accept injustice and firmly establish the critical role women played in the struggle for freedom, equality, and human dignity. Program Director, I must tell you that I believe that there's no woman who must stand behind when a man is in front. I believe that women must be side by side, because women used to be in the trenches themselves. She was just talking about her military power she has. So that tells you that women are able to take an AK-47 and fight. They were not behind, they were in the trenches together with men. To this end, South African Human Rights Month is rooted in the tragic events of the Sharpeville massacre, because today in South Africa, we're celebrating, not celebrating, but commemorating Sharpeville Day, which is called Human Rights Day today. About 67 people were shot dead in Sharpeville in 1960. So this is what we are commemorating today. I'm not going to waste your time because I've got two facts to raise. One is, as we celebrate this, we must think about women who are faced with wars in their countries. Let us think about women in Iran. Let us think about women in Israel. Let us think about women throughout the world who are facing wars in their lifetimes. Let us think about women of Gaza. Let us talk about women in Sudan, women who are in trouble. So those are women we must pray for. Let us stand together as women of the world and try and fight and pray for them and pray for peace, because South Africa is talking about peace. Program Director, I want to send a message to this forum. Ntate Shabir Musa, where is he? Oh, okay. I just wanted to appeal the Mayor Program Director that this platform is created for business, for women of South Africa and women of Lesotho. South Africa is the only neighbor of Lesotho. So women here, women South Africa, let us collaborate. We've got different strengths together. I must do this. Mempo, can you please rise? Let women see you. You see this young lady? She's my age, but she's very young. She's a powerhouse. You can see me. Mempo. Mempo owns a very, very powerful construction company. She's alone in it. She builds bridges. She builds roads. She builds hospitals. And she's very perfect. When men mess up in construction, they get her to come and correct the mess men have made. So I want to appeal to Ntate Shedile Luana Kaitzadiak that I want us here in Lesotho, when I leave, I want to leave a legacy of empowerment of women. We have women who do have the capability. In terms of construction, and I know, you remember that when we launched, the Prime Minister appealed to you as the Business Council that they need to build infrastructure in Lesotho. Let us involve these women, that we do have women who do have the capability. So when we live here, it shouldn't be a song we sing every time. Let it be different. Meet up, change cards, and talk to one another. Different companies which are here. Let us make sure that next time when we build a structure like this, it must be done by women. When we build roads in Lesotho or in South Africa, women must not stand there with those red flags of directing cars. They must be right in the stream of the economy. Meaningful participation. One of the invitees who was not able to come is a woman from the rural areas of Limpopo. She's one of the first billionaires of South Africa. Yeah. Let us create billionaires in Lesotho. Let us create more billionaires in South Africa. Yeah. Not fronting. We're not fronting. Let us participate meaningfully. So I want to appeal to all of us, and even women who are coming with me today, let us get a product. We can meet together, a very powerful product, which will say, this happened in our lifetime. We are talking about cross-border trading, unlock economic corridor, and also this platform should not be gatekept. It should be a platform for women to stand up and say, This is what we are proud. We don't want our men to leave Lesotho to South Africa, to be zamazamas there and leave families in the rural areas. Women who are the ones who must keep the lights burning. So with those few words, I want to say to Melindi, Mesindi, and asking Honorable Minister of Trade. We launched last time in November. We are here launching the chapter of women. Let us make sure that by end of May, we must meet and tell us what is your way forward from here. Thank you very much. Oh, okay.
This young woman is from the Prime Minister's initiative called Sibabatso. And, yeah. And she's been given about, 140 chickens by Department of Agriculture. Yes. Okay. Yes. And now what she wants a structure. The South African women and Dade Zakura and Dade Shabir will donate the 6,000 maluti that she wants. Relaunch the Lesotho South Africa Business Council Women Chapter by supporting a young woman from a rural area in Khubetswane to make sure that whatever the department has done, Ndade, we make sure that unali structure from Sibabatso. Really want that. Ndade Shedi, Ndade Sawan, Your Royal Highness, thank you very much for this great jungle giant. Her history, she was also a headman. She used to go to school for 2 days and 3 days she's in the bush. And these are the typical women that Kennedy that we're speaking about. We don't want women, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be very point blank and blunt because I'm a soldier. I'm allowed to speak whatever I want to speak in terms of control and command. We don't want to actually concentrate only in women in townships. Bosindi, ba clever. We don't want them, Goseke. These are the women that touches my heart. These are the women that would be able to grow the economy of Lesotho. Thank you so much, Sirat. Really. Mesakura, you go down, ma. Okay. Then we'll take your photo. Realebua Mama, thank you very much. Madam, your 6,000 rand is going to be in your account. You'll give us your bank details. We'll sort it out with our High Commissioner and the South African businesswomen and Dade Zakura. Nuclear physicist, we have committed on behalf of our father in the Republic of South Africa to support Musotho women in the launch of Lesotho South Africa Business Women Council, who is actually from an initiative of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Ndade Ntsukwana Matekane. Now, we are calling another gentle giant, a person who's responsible for us in the Kingdom of Lesotho, a brother of mine who has been working very closely with my mother in the Zanelimbegi Frail Care Center in Alexander, a brother of mine who has attended a lot of youth awards and the BRICS in the Republic of South Africa, who is, I hardly call him Honorable Minister, I call him my brother, Ndade Lisawana. who is leading women and youth in the Kingdom of Lesotho. Ndate, the floor is yours. Mike, Ndate. Yakuba hle.
I don't speak too much like Cindy. May I be allowed to pay my respects to His Majesty King Elizabeth III and the royal family, our Prince Lerotoди Seiso. May I pay my respect to the Right Honorable Prime Minister Ndate Samuel Ntsukwana Matkane, the Deputy Prime Minister, His Majesty's Cabinet. If I may single out Ndate Shedile, who's my mentor, my brother, and everything we sort of do together for some time now. And Memo Rusu, who's the constituency, the parliamentarian of this place. May I pay my respect to both houses. May I pay my respect to everyone, if I may say that, because of time. I don't have my prepared speech. As you know that normally when I speak everywhere, you'll see that I have a prepared speech. I normally prepare. But today I couldn't do that because you are aware of what is happening in the country now. We are in Parliament. Even now I'm rushing back to Parliament, and that's what we are focusing on. However, I was here when ZMG Isuzu was launched. When the sword turning was done, I was here with Ndate Shedile and the rest of us. And like Mayor, Commissioner, if I may be, I can see that I made a terrible mistake. May I pay my respect to our diplomatic corps? Please forgive me for that. But I was here, and it was quite a nice day, but I didn't know that we'll get to here. I know I saw the plans. Kasim showed me the plans, and I kept on asking him, are you sure you're going to build this here? And then he said, yes. But today, there are certain things that we see that are milestones, things that some of us will remember forever. For instance, the first one will be, as you saw, the youth that came up here. That policy of the company to make sure that they have the youth and to make sure that they have the girls or the women, as we may say. As you know, the country has declared youth unemployment as a problem. And if you take Isuzu, ZMG, Isuzu, with the entourage of youth that you saw up here, just imagine if every company in the country would do that, what impact will have on the unemployment. Ndate John talked about the rural girl. I'm proud to say that it's me who's teaching him all these areas that he's talking about. Matswaing, whatever, I take him all over there because we want to address this issue. It is a problem. We were in Mohotlong with him. You'd see that girl, 13, 14, 15, seated like this. I think the number is, they were almost like this number. They were pregnant. They were mothers. And that's what you will get when you go to the rural area, simply because of the gender imbalance, gender slavery, gender inequality, that a woman or a girl must be subjected to the dominance of a man. And I'm glad I'm sitting here. It is International Women's Day here at Isuzu. And at least I can see that 90% of the people here are the women. So if we can try anything, I'm sure you can fight for yourselves. So that's what we want to achieve, to take that rural girl, to have her at least be at where you are, to take you to another higher level. We have talked about gender-based violence, counter-domestic violence, and the acts are there. But unless we do something, we will never really succeed. And that's something that we have to do is women economic empowerment. We can have all the laws, we can have everything. We are distributing sanitary towels with UNFPA, to Mokgotlong, to Maseru, to Mafeteng. Her Majesty, I've been with her everywhere. We've been doing that. The princess, as you have just learned, she's also doing that, and we are doing a very good job. But unless we get to the point where a woman is empowered economically, we will never really get to where we want to be. That woman who's economically empowered is independent, can be independent if necessary. That woman can really stand up to the man because she doesn't need the man to provide. I know it is important for us to work together to be happy families, happy whatever, but we really have to get the women to a point where they are economically empowered and they can. I want to tell you a little story. I see the Vodacom CEO is with us. I didn't see that he was here. We were together there at Mokgotlong because we are trying very hard, and our private sector has joined the forces with government, and we are very glad, and we are seeing progress. We are trying very hard to make sure that we close this gap. But I was telling you a little story. As you have heard, and I'm becoming notorious of working in the night, I got used to that because I'm a contractor. I've been working in the night all the time. So I sometimes don't realize that I've sent a message at 2 o'clock, but I do sometimes, and I apologize for that. But I started a small company in 2009. It is still small, but 17 years, because it was started by me, well, I was always at the top. But I had made a policy. At that time, I didn't know why, but somehow I had a trust in the brain of a woman. So I made a policy from then, 2009, that the second person every time must be a woman. And since 2009 to today, well, to 3-4 years from today backwards, because now I'm not in the company, but till then, the second person was a woman. And 17 years or whatever, 15 years, 14 years later, when I came to government, it was easy for me to leave the company because then I just took the second person in line, and I told her, now the company is with you. Because I have the trust in the brain of a woman. So, as we are women, we must stand for ourselves. Okay, not myself included, I'm not a woman, but we must work hard, we must stand for ourselves so that as government have all the policies, all the laws, from the gender-based violence to even trade bills and everything that sort of empower women. We must make sure that we take those opportunities. I'm very glad I see many faces, and maybe I should thank the Right Honorable, the Prime Minister. Some of the things are starting to bear fruits. I'm sitting here, I'm seeing many faces. I was part of Sababazo when it started. I see today a girl being recognized. I was not even told she's going to be recognized. I see she's not the deputy speaker, she's the sister. I see there she is. We worked together with Sababazo. We worked together with Ndade Shedile on CAFI, on all these other programs, because my ministry, what it normally does, in simple terms, I groom from scratch, and then I drop them into the Ministry of Trade for them to fly. And I can see the fruits now; they're starting to bear. So, let's work hard, bomme, libondate, of course. And let me close, as I always close when I talk about women issues, which is a little bit uncomfortable for men, but I do it deliberately. And because as it gets uncomfortable, then it means we are recognizing that women are there. I always say that women and men are equals. Men are equal, women are equal to men are equal to women. There are some women who are more smarter than men, and there are men who are more smarter than women. There are some women who are less smarter than men, and indeed there are some men who are less smarter than women. So let's just share the ecosystem together, because this is the only universe we have. Khotso Pulana. Oh, it is my honor. I'll be fired if I don't do my work mess in this one. My apologies. I should have warned you. Now, I'll be fired. If we may now receive Ndade Shedile to the stage. She's the one who's going to talk last as the senior minister. It's me who has to call him on the stage. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dad.
Minister Lesabana, thank you, Ndade, for calling me on the stage. As for the firing, I'm not sure about that. You're my brother. We can look over small things like that. Let me, first of all, pay my respects to His Majesty King Letsie III. I wish to recognize the presence of Prince Lerotori. Daddy, thank you for gracing this occasion. The Right Honorable, the Prime Minister, Daddy Ntsukwane Matekane, ministers of His Majesty's Cabinet, in particular my colleague, Daddy Lesawana Pito, Ibilele Mokgethwa wa Hamama, Romakwana. I also want to pay my respects to the MP for Thetsane constituency, Mayor Ntati Morosi, who's also a colleague of mine in cabinet, holding the communications portfolio. She would have loved to be here. She said I should tell you that. She is also at this point in Parliament about to present her budget for the next financial year. So it's a very important time for her to be up on the hill instead of here. But she has promised that she will at some point grace these occasions that we seem to be habitually having at the Isuzu dealership. I was here last November, I believe, for the launch. 2 years earlier than that, I was here for the sword turning. So it's been like that, sword turning, the launch, and for some reason, I'm wearing the same suit that I was wearing during the launch. Maybe it's my Friday suit, I don't know. Maybe I need to add more collection on my wardrobe, but I look exactly, I was just looking at the pictures, I look exactly how I looked then. Anyway, Bomme le Bontati, let me say all protocol observed. Dr. Sindiswa, our High Commissioner, my sister, Khaizidia Motu, Mayor Constance. I can see the French Honorary Consul, Mayor Elizabeth, is also here. I've had the pleasure of sitting next to Her Excellency, Ambassador of Angola, in South Africa, and I believe accredited to Lesotho as well. It is a pleasure to meet with you. Now, it is that point where I can say all protocol observed without any reservation. We, as the Minister of Trade, take women issues quite seriously. And we were present when you launched the global network at Maseru San. Dr. Tage can testify to that. I gave a note on that occasion. The Prime Minister gave the keynote because we understand the importance of working together through the divide that is mentally imposed on us, maybe by religion sometimes, maybe by culture in some cases, sometimes just pure prejudice. Those are things that are not necessary. We as human beings must work together at all times to advance our own goals and make ourselves a little bit better as a result. So the Minister of Trade, we are not just paying lip service with what I'm saying now. I am not aware if anyone is aware that we have a World Bank sponsored project to the tune of around 46 million US dollars. And we have managed to put in there, as we're designing the project, a specific program that is meant and designed to empower women directly. There are other components which by default are also very much in tune with women empowerment. This is what we call Entrepreneurship Hub, a seed financing and seed financing facility within that program. We have already trained more than 200 business women and youth under that same project. Some of them are already making inroads in very, very difficult terrains. We have some people that are doing recycling of tires and making the tire back into crude oil. I don't know how he managed to do that, but then sell it to people like Sasol for further refinery once more. There are quite a lot of programs, and most of them are being led by women under that program. So the Minister of Trade carries the burden of actually actualizing the government responsibility to empower the women. I am not going to speak a lot. I do realize that I'm between everyone here and their lunch. So, but I want to abuse the privilege that I'm having now, having to stand here, and for a good reason at that. We said it's a Women's Month, and Dr. Mzamo, you did say, she did tell you that there is one other woman who is a trailblazer as far as I'm concerned. She is a twin, not you, the other one. Me Mantwetsi Shwaipani, can you stand up, please? Maybe you can come next to me here, so that, yeah, bring them, so that they can see actually what it is that you do. I can take them out. Thank you. You can see here, that's the specific logo of her company. It's right outside, right that side. When I visited the company late last year, she was having 80 people working and making seat covers like these ones. These seat covers are personalized. They don't make en masse. Let's say, let's make Isuzu. Of course, she brought Isuzu. I wish she had brought one with a different name altogether. I saw one that simply says Dave. I mean, the guy Dave wanted his seats to mention his name. So this is what she do. And I am going to be sitting down with, you okay? Yes. I am going to be sitting down with you, Sakura, and Ate Ali, and Kasim, to introduce her and others, so that when you have customers here, they want to have personalized seat covers, they can just go there and then have them fitted or made and then get fitted. It is my intention to have this dealership to be a beacon of hope for every business person, especially those that are under the leadership of women. So we will see about that, and thank you for coming. And you will have an opportunity to meet with management of this dealership and other dealerships in Lesotho, and maybe beyond. There are others in Lady Brand. I believe they can benefit directly from her and any other around Lesotho. Dr. Siniswe, I want to thank you, for organizing this event. It's been a long time coming. I remember we exchanged a lot of messages, and we could have held it much earlier. There was something that I said, no, let's do it beyond that. And then there were some discussions, and then we decided that we'll have it after the Ramadan. Thank you so much for the work. I need to thank the Sakura family for having this here. I've seen young people, mostly women, but young, standing up here and telling us that they have important positions that they have taken in this establishment. For that, we thank you very much and your family. I have reached the end of my address for today, and may I wish you all the best of luck moving forward. Thank you, Doctor.
Ntate, in terms of protocol, re a kwala khona jwale, because you're representing the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and I cannot speak after protocol has been observed. And to thank everybody that is here. And Sawana, I took you by surprise because I knew Sibavatso is close to your heart. President Noni, presents for our guests, thank you very much. And we're really humbled and honored. But now we're just gonna be closing. That is Akura, Mezakura, all our guests, the Isuzu team, head of marketing, everybody that is here, Ndade Ralivito, the MD of Vodacom Lesotho. When I was TG for Black Business Council, he was the CEO. He was my anchor. So I come a long way with men supporting me in anything that I do. There were times where I'll walk into his office, Arime, why you got stress? Relax, I'll sort it out. And I know when Dade Ralibiso says that, it's going to be sorted out. And for you to be here again as well, I really, really, really appreciate it. Your Royal Highness, for your presence here, it means a lot to Basotho Nation. And keep on rising, keep on showing up, being present, and making sure that the youth of this country are taking the rightful position because you've showed up, because you are present. And send our sincere gratitude and regards to His Majesty and the Queen of the Kingdom of Lesotho. From our bottom of our hearts. I've closed the session, Mama. Thank you very much. The ministers that are here, diplomatic corps, just one thing that I'm left with, because we have to close the formal sessions. Tadel Sawana, you are released. My twin sister, Sister Nsipeng, come on stage so that you launch the Infinite Women Awards for Africa. Because you've been doing this. Now we've closed the formal proceedings. Now I'm handing over to you, Big Sis, to tell us about FINITE Awards. Why in Lesotho for the 14 years? Where are you going in Africa? Itlangwanis.
Miss Cindy, thank you so much for giving us, as FINITE Women Appreciation Awards, this platform. Bomelwunda, may I please just align myself with the protocol that has been nicely observed. As she has said, Miss Cindy, I stand here representing, I think, literally what everybody has been talking about women and entrepreneurship, talking about going to the grassroots. I stand here happily saying that with under BEM Group Foundation, we have managed to support women in the country, and this year it will be the 14th year where we recognize women in the grassroots to say, congratulations for the beautiful work that you are doing, because we understand that women also need to be encouraged. And this year, just like any other year, we are supporting women, but what is more interesting is that now we have introduced another chapter where we are saying we're going to be having master classes, we're going to be having sessions, we're going to be having B2B, as you have said, Mayor Constance, where we really want to encourage women from all over the world to work with us to make sure that we match our women in the different sectors of the country. So as it has been said, this year we have launched the 14th FINITE Magazine Women Appreciation Awards, where we are having 10 categories. All you have to do is log on to our website. We also place information in informative newspaper, where we are saying we are identifying and recognizing women. I'll just read these 10 categories, which are women in agriculture, women in business, entrepreneurship, and innovation in general, women in health services. We are talking your nurses, doctors, village health workers, etc. We are talking infrastructure and transport. Here we are today recognizing the hard work that is being done through women in terms of transportation and even infrastructure. We are talking leadership and development, and manufacturing, both consumables and non-consumables, and we're talking security, law, and order. We're also talking about women in teaching, training, and advocacy, and lastly but not least, we are also recognizing women in tourism, entertainment, and hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, as BEM Group Foundation, through our different initiatives, we've been running this for the past 13 years. We encourage you, business leaders, we encourage you, development partners, to help us to make sure that we support those women who are at the grassroots, as I've said, because we want to transform our small business sector to make sure that women also lead, because we believe that women have the power to do so. With this said, I'd love to appreciate the platform that we've been given to say, let's make sure that in August, because we are going to be doing this in the last Saturday of August, let's make sure that we have nominated all those outstanding women, and we are not just nominating them, we are saying support us. Let's make sure that we sit together, we have sessions that encourage them, we sit together so that on that Saturday, we congratulate them for the good work that they have been doing. Together we can. Thank you so much.
She's one of the firebrands here in Lesotho representing Basotho women. We're not going to finish this program without acknowledging her. And now we're going online. Kujenga, are you online? Tech team? Kujenga, I'm just giving you 3 minutes to talk on the ElevateHER online program, how women are going to access opportunities and access to markets, financial inclusion, mentorship, and coaching. Just 3 minutes, Kujenga. Are you online?
For the African Union Commission, but I have been an academic and now professor for the past 22 years here in Australia. I am here because women like you who went ahead of me.
That's fine. It's the launch of the, I'll explain later. Leave it running. That's okay.
So that
let's do it.
We could sit here. So as we launch our website for the Circle of Global Business Women, and in my capacity as the Global Vice President, I am excited to say thank you, President Dr. Zamo, for this initiative, for bringing us together, but really to officially launch the website with all of you today. So thank you, and I just want to say our website is officially launched today, and today, tomorrow, the Circle of Global Business Women has got a presence, and please visit the website, look at our initiatives. We've got so many partnerships that we are about to launch. We'd love to see you there. We'd love to see you join us. We'd love to see you participate, but bring us ideas, innovation, innovation, innovation. Let's harness the opportunities that the fourth industrial revolution awards us. So I'm really looking forward to engaging with you, and I'm sorry I could not be there today because of travel and other engagements and changes as a result of that. But I just want to say thank you. I'm excited about this initiative. I'm excited about our new website. Thank you to all those people who made it happen. The behind the scenes work that continues to go every day. And I just say, Dr. Zamo, can everybody in the room give her a hand? Because when you work with her side by side, you understand that this woman, she does not sleep. And I keep saying, this woman, she does not sleep. So Dr. Zamo, can you just stand, please? And we all just want to give you a cheer, but also to declare our website.
Thank you very much. I really don't sleep because Prof. Mimi is in Australia. So I must wait for her between 12 midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. We're engaging every day. So I sleep around about 3 a.m. every day. That's me. And this launch is the launch, we are actually going to Australia from the 17th to the 19th of November. This is our website launch. And all the guests, Eric will send the website link to all our guests via the email, because you've got your emails so that you'll be able to look at our launch, our website, and you also register. In Australia, Mama, the Royal Highness, we're supported by the Prime Minister himself and the Minister of Women. That's how high we've gone, guns blazing. And we're really excited about this platform, about this Africa Caribbean Women's Summit that is going to take place in Lesotho for the Circle of Global Business Women. So we are launching the website. Just our Global Vice President was launching the website. And tech team, I think Kujenga is on the line. Kujenga, are you on the line? He's not. Yeah, I think he's traveling, so there's a little bit of network issues where he is. Okay, let's leave that. We'll also send it via email. Is he online? Okay. Gucci?
Yes, ma'am. Are you here? Can you hear me?
Okay. 3 minutes, the online elevator program for women in the SADC region in Africa. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to just say thank you for the platform, Dr. Cindy. So just to quickly jump into what this program is, and just to echo the message of what all the speakers have said before this. This is really about women empowerment. Women empowerment in the 21st century. How are we planning on doing this? Basically using the power of online available to us, using mobile, satellite, and now with AI coming into play. This is a very great time for Africa to actually leapfrog towards the global stage for trade and investment. And women are a very, very core part to making this happen. If you look at the stats across SADC and Africa, women in the rural areas, women in peri-urban areas drive about 60% of the economy. So empowering these women in order to do better, to produce more, to sell more, to be more visible out there, requires a new type of approach to already ready-made technologies. And what the ElevateHER program aims to do so is not only capacitating these women through online elements such as e-commerce, access to data, and product and information management, but also as well, allowing these women to connect with other greater women in the circles who have done it. Women who are part of the global circle of businesswomen. Sorry about that. Lending their expertise, lending their experience to these women who will be coming through the platform of various levels. So the program aims to first start off working with urban women, getting urban women who are struggling with these very same elements of access to market, financial inclusion, access to trade channels. Find ways of how these elements can be sorted within their own businesses. And that requires tapping into the community through established networks, as I've previously mentioned, but also going deeper into mentorship. Mentorship in terms of not just sisters one-on-one helping each other, but through online platforms like WhatsApp or the online channels that will be available on the platform, just to address their issues on a week-to-week, on a daily basis, on a monthly basis. The technology allows us now to actually allow such customized pairing of mentorship and capacity building in these individual women businesses through this network. So over the next couple of months, as the program will start to roll out, first starting in the urban cities of Johannesburg and also Maseru, we will then slowly start to see how the pilot program can then just grow beyond just the women that we're serving, and see how we can get into also just the peri-urban areas, the rural areas, using that same data to feed back into the grand machine of figuring out how do we continue to serve these women? Do we have to access different programs? Do we have to expand our ecosystem working with different other entities? As a previous speaker mentioned, it's not just about women only, it's also about getting the men involved. Where can men also be able to say, our fellow sisters, where can we help you? Where can we capacitate? Do we have to help you with the last mile delivery? Can we help you with product creation? So in a nutshell, just to summarize the platform, it's in the name, ElevateHER. It's a program meant to capacitate women of any age, any woman who wants to do business, any woman who wants to get involved in the African cycle of trade and investment, and also allowing her just to access a network of already established entities and individuals, and also ever-growing members, and taking them by the hand and walking this journey towards a progressive Africa, towards the Africa we want. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kuji. So the online app is available now, hey?
Not yet, ma'am. As we are currently going through our testing phase, we just had a couple of glitches, unfortunately, over the weekend we were sorting out.
Not a problem.
As soon as it is up and running, we should let the public and everyone know.
Definitely, we'll also have the emails of our guests that are here, so we'll send them the link so that they'll be able to actually get into the app.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kuji. That's another young man who's a Pan-Africanist who is running something called Africa Festival, partnered with all the Africa group, which is the heads of missions in the Republic of South Africa, hosting the Africa Day, which is food. You talk about football. He is the mastermind behind that. And I'm going to be the program director on that day. And thank you very much, Kuji, for coming into the platform. And send my regards to His Excellency Ambassador Andre Nzapayeka, who is the Africa Head of Missions in the Republic of South Africa, appointed by His Excellency President Ramaphosa, and led by our dearest brother, Ozzy, the Minister of International Relations, Minister Ronald Lamola. For me, I'm signing off. It is indeed a pleasure.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
To be your program director for the day during International Women's Day. And I'm so excited. But I want to call a few people on stage that will be able to take photos with our dearest sister from the Republic of South Africa. And she's been instructed to do that. Because wherever we go with her as a champion of teenagers in the Republic of South Africa. We'll request Mewaruna, Your Royal Highness Ndade Kennedy, Ndade Shabir, Ndade Ralibito, Me Shabir, to come and take a photo with Lihle with the book. Lihle, come quickly. We'll start with His Royal Highness, just here, Royal Highness. those who are interested in the books, they're there right at the entrance. Please go and support Lisle's dream to reach out to 100K and make sure that the teenagers of the continent are embraced in a very strategic way. Now, food is ready. Ndade Zakura? Yes, they're going to go further down where we're going to have refreshments. And Mezakura? Oh, okay, now. Okay, no problem. Thank you so much. And also to say, it was indeed a pleasure for me to be a program director, Mama, Your Royal Highness, Ndade Zakura, Ndade Kennedy. And it demonstrates the power of women. You know, I was standing since, 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'm still standing. I can stand till the next day. And that's a passion. When you're driven by passion, there's nothing that can stop you. And thank you very much for giving us that light, Ndade Zakura, Zakura, High Commissioner, and Your Royal Highness, for us to be standing here. We're standing on your shoulders to be able to deliver the message that is important to women globally in the Africa region, in the Kingdom of Lesotho. What I'm going to say is Lesotho is going to be the best country in the SADC region. As we take Lesotho forward, watch the space. Lesotho is coming. Lesotho is now in the Security Council of the African Union. Lesotho now is the Vice President of the United Nations. So nothing will stop Lesotho. Watch the space. Thank you very much. My dearest sister from Botswana, hey, Hela, I forgot to acknowledge you, but you'll understand because you were sitting right at the back. I didn't see you. Come, darling. Our CGPW president for Botswana. I'm sure you'll understand. Thank you. Thank you for making it in. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate you.